One. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Doctor Who New Who recap. I'm here with Keane.
Yes, you are.
And it is good to be back. This time we're doing season 2. So season 1 was very fun. Season 2 is also going to be considerably fun. So let's get into it. Do you want to do the intro to the season or me?
Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Okay, so season 2 came out in 2006. Stars David Tennant, Billie Piper. The showrunner was still Russell T Davies, who was also the same for season 1. And yeah, it's just the basics of that season.
That'll do. Yeah. Let's. I forgot to press. Come on. Oh no! I'm unprepared. So yeah. Let's just get into the first episode.
Yeah.
Which is New Earth. Aren't you just thrilled?
Thrilled.
Yeah.
Let's get into it then. So this is the first story with David Tennant and Billie Piper properly together, because spoiler for the Christmas invasion, but David Tennant's asleep for most of the episode, so this is like the first proper adventure. It's actually a sequel, weirdly, to what was it? End of the World from last season. I don't know why they thought to make a sequel about that.
One of the worst episodes from that season.
Yeah. It's definitely an episode. It's got Cassandra back in it.
Got cat nuns.
Yeah, it's got cat nuns in it, yeah. Although I don't mind them in next season, which we'll get onto in the next video. But this one, they're there. I mean, pretty cool world, I guess.
Sure.
About it.
I mean, I guess having New Earth as a setting for your episode's pretty cool. The fact that that's the only thing about the episode is pretty lame, but
yeah,
it's not a good way to start off. Start off 10, especially considering 9 had Rose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It also didn't allow for much room for 10's character to start building, and it also didn't allow for 10 and Rose's relationship to grow like 9's and Rose's did in season 1, because Rose is taken over by Cassandra for the episode.
Yeah,
it's a terrible idea.
Yeah. I actually just realised this then. Out of all of season 1, out of all the first episodes of each season, this is probably my least favourite one until season 7.
Really?
That's saying quite a lot, actually. Huh. And even then, after season 7, you still got. It's just this is not good. That's not a good record, especially since after season 7, I actually like almost every single opener as well. Especially in the Capaldi era, where it was there were pretty decent episodes. This episode's only beaten about how bad Asylum of the Daleks is, which we'll get onto way in the future. But as for this episode, though, like you said, it doesn't give you that much time to develop Rose and 10's relationship. They start flirting with each other quite early on, which is kind of weird. I get a bit of whiplash when I watch this episode, actually, because they have such a platonic relationship in season 1. So when you've seen it here, you're like, wait, what? I thought he kissed her at the end of the last episode. Oh well, at the last episode of season 1, that just to save her. Do you know what I mean? It was the only way of doing it. I didn't think that was setting up a connection or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I think from the beginning of the season, you think, well, considering they didn't have that connection with 9, Rose is kind of just attracted to him for looks, not personality or the idea of the Doctor. It's more she finds David Tennant attractive, which is a bit lame if you're going to go with the romance angle, which many people don't like. We'll get into that probably more in Doomsday.
Yeah.
But I have my opinions on it, but I think everyone that isn't delusional agrees it isn't well done in this episode at all. It's incredibly awkward, and because we don't have Ten's character yet, Rose isn't Rose, and there's nothing there, and it's pretty bad.
One thing I'm going to also get onto as well, Ten actually doesn't shine like immediately for me. Like I've actually gone over this. Every single Doctor has like an episode where I'm like, they actually become the Doctor for me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And quite a lot. Don't get me wrong. Quite a lot of other Doctors have actually taken quite a while until they become the Doctor. Like, but for example, like Matt Smith though, 11th Hour, boom, immediately. Do you know what I mean? He's the Doctor.
9.
9 as well. I mean,
well, nine shined in Dalek to become the Doctor he was, but I still feel like there was a good amount in that. Sorry, I'm eating chocolate. Unprofessional. You're still in Rose, and the following 2 episodes weren't great, but in Rose and the 2-parter, Aliens in London, you still see 9 there, but not to take over your point there, but 10 is not present in this at all, not one bit.
Yeah, no. My point. I'll tell you the exact episode where he becomes the Doctor for me, and to compare it to another one as well, Peter Capaldi. I actually think he, like, way later in like season 8. So to be fair, I'm glad they eventually got it right pretty quick with 10. But it's not good when like the first couple of episodes he doesn't stand out. Like he's like the basis of a Doctor, like Peter Capaldi was in like his first, like in the first half of like season 8, basically.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're like unlike Jodie Whittaker, which I'm also going to compare them to in a minute. Capaldi and 10, like they have like the bases of the Doctor, but they don't stand out yet. Do you know what I mean? There's certain episodes where you can feel there's definitely the Doctor there, but they've definitely got like they feel like the Doctor then. Do you know what I mean? Because the Doctor stands out. That's how you become the Doctor. You have to stand out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And right now he doesn't really stand out yet.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess you could say if we're going to talk about 9, because obviously that's the last we've just done. 9 didn't quite feel like the Doctor, I guess, in Rose, but he felt like the personality that he had. Whereas 10 isn't the Doctor, which I guess can be expected. But also in New Earth, it's not his personality either. So you're like, what am I watching here? And if I was watching it at my age when this came out, if this came out when it went like now, I'd be going, oh, I missed 9 already.
Oh god, yeah. There's so much more about this episode though. But real quick before, with 9, I think with him as well. Dalek was when he definitely like became the Doctor. You are right there, but he definitely stood out. There was a tiny bit more with 9 though compared to 10 and Capaldi. One thing though, Jodie Whittaker, she never got there. I was constantly waiting for the episode where I was like, yeah, there you go, there she is. So when she regenerated, I was just there like, she felt no change. She felt the exact same in her first episode.
Well, I guess interestingly then, 13's the quickest to get to where her Doctor's going to be at the end, but she doesn't change one bit.
yeah, literally, yeah. And you'll actually notice as well spoiler, when she regenerates, she's like the first one where she's actually like, she's not feeling sad. Do you know what I mean? Where not like sad, but like 9, 10, 11, 12 had like a bit more dramatic feel to it. Like, this is the end, you know what I mean? I'm accepting this. 13 was just like, I wish it could go on for longer. Anyway, bye. You know what I mean?
That's what we wanted, though. We were tired of it.
I was talking about 13. But yeah, 10 didn't feel... He's not got the groove yet, let's say. Do you know what I mean? But he does feel like the basis of the Doctor, though. He's got the core right.
I don't think so in this episode, but look, this episode is pretty bad anyway. I don't think there's any room for anyone to shine. Rose, who's already established, is pretty awful in this, so I think that tells.
I mean, when I say he has a commanding presence about him in this episode 10, but not much though. Not much of one, but there's definitely something there. Yeah, you know what I mean? Where he's having a go at everyone.
Yeah, he does have his sonic screwdriver.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess the locations were pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I've got the trailer in front of me here, and some of the uses of greens, down below where they're hiding as people, are nice. And the actual New Earth is pretty cool, and I still don't think it looks. I don't think it looks bad. The visuals, even now.
I mean, even for, especially considering 2006, I'm kind of impressed by that. Do you know what I mean? Especially for a BBC British TV show budget. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and even the lifts and the corridors that look pretty cool, and I like the idea that the hospital is spotless, because that's kind of the point, isn't it? They do keep that open. I'll give them that.
Yeah. The production design was fantastic. That annoys me again with Chibnall. Comes in season 11, we're gonna have a way better production design, which isn't the point. But I was thinking that it doesn't look that much better than the Russell era. I'd argue the Russell era actually has a bit more character with its production design. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think at the very least you could say it has a distinctive style.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean,
the face of Bo was in this. How did you feel?
I was literally about to get to that. I didn't know how to change the subject though. I mean, he appeared a couple times in season 1. Weirdly, he just kept showing up for some reason. I don't know. It's just in the background.
Yeah. Well, how did you feel about him in this episode? We got a little more of him.
And then he woke up and then he said, "I need something to tell you." It was clearly it was clear that Russell was like, okay, well, there's probably going to be a third season. I need at least one setup for the next season. Just a tiny little thing that we can come back to.
Yeah.
He probably didn't even know what he was going to do for season 3. He just said, okay, I can include this character next season. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, it isn't saying much, but it's probably my favourite part of the episode.
The conversation.
The conversation. I don't know. I think it's quite well executed, considering you wouldn't expect there to be anything there, really. And I think it's one of the very, very few moments where Tennant's alone in this episode where it works. I think it's a bad idea to put a new Doctor on his own unless you really know what you're going for, and they didn't know what they were going for. So really the audience is lost. You should just stick him with Rose throughout. And I don't mean Cassandra Rose, I just mean Rose. So that's where it fails. But the conversation with the face of Bo does really work, and it's kind of sweet. And we're talking about good visuals. I think the face of Bo looks fantastic. Still would look great now if it came out today. So, but then right after a line that just sticks with me that I hate. And I don't know if you remember, but Rose just goes, "Oh, Bo, that big face of Bo," and I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's Cassandra trying to be Rose and trying to be Cockney is maybe my least favourite thing.
I hate Cassandra.
Yeah,
she's just I don't mind her in the first episode because she's a one-off villain. I don't get annoyed at one-off villains. Why did they bring her back though? Who thought that was a good idea?
Awful.
If you wanted to bring something familiar from the last season, bring back a Slovene or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. I very much support
a bit more iconic. Do you know what I mean? Who thought Cassandra would be a good villain to return?
No one. That's the point. No, that's the point.
But one thing we've not talked about though. What do you think of those zombies? Plague humans.
I didn't care. I think I
didn't care exactly. My reaction.
I think my mind already checked out at that point, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't even rewatch this one. It's very struggling to remember all the stuff that happened. I know they were getting chased in the bottoms of the hospital. Was it?
Yeah. It's like a little Is sanctum the right word? I don't know.
I remember the ending was pretty crap. He just poured some chemicals into an elevator, and then he had a shower with all of them. That's so weird. That's literally what happens, though. He just has a shower. He just has a shower with all the zombies. And he's like, "Yeah, pass it on." Yeah, pretty terrible ending.
Well, a terrible ending for a terrible episode.
There's a Big Finish spin-off about New Earth.
Does it have Cassandra in it?
You can see the tree lady from the end of the world and the cats.
Give it a rest.
Yeah, Jesus. Do you have anything else to say about this episode? I guess I didn't mind the actual ending of the actual episode where Cassandra dies.
I actually don't remember that.
She goes back. So she's in that guy, her servant, who's again another forgettable character. Just remembered he existed again. She goes into his body. He's dying, so the doctor takes her back to when she was younger. And,
yeah.
Then she tells that herself that she was beautiful or whatever, and then she dies. I was like, that's kind of dramatic, yeah.
Yeah, that's maybe Cassandra's best moment.
It's good especially for a character I kind of hated as well. It was Cassandra, who was kind of annoyed she was back, just ruining another episode.
Well, you kind of say that about Russell T. He's pretty good at doing stuff like that. Kind of. Yeah. There's nice little moments, even with characters you can't stand. We'll get that a lot through this season, so.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm done with this episode now, unless you have anything else to say about it.
Nope, I give it a 1 out of 10.
I'm thinking, what it is? I honestly can't remember barely anything about the episode that much.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened in order. From what I remember, I'll probably give it a 2 or a 3. So, 2.5, probably close. Yeah, 2. Yeah, I'll give it a 2. It's not the worst Tennant episode, but what you'll find out with this season is most of the Tennant episodes I hate are all in this season. Well, not all of them, but most of them. 50% of them are in this season. This is definitely not a good start.
I agree.
Yeah, okay. Tooth and Claw next.
Yeah, Tooth and Claw.
Another episode I didn't watch, and another one I barely remember, for God's sake. Because I don't even rewatch it. I don't rewatch Tooth and Claw and New Earth that often, so the fact that I didn't even watch these ones, yeah, I'm going to have to do a bit more of a better job on rewatches on season 3.
I actually didn't mind Tooth and Claw.
I don't remember liking it at all, actually.
Actually, what I wanted to do, and I forgot to do it for New Earth, but don't really matter. I was going to read out the description before each episode, so I'll quickly do that.
Yeah, let's start doing that.
Yeah. The Doctor... Hold on. Well, I was just giving 4 different descriptions. There you go. The Doctor and Rose land in 1879 Scotland, where they soon meet Queen Victoria, who's visiting the Torchwood estate, the home of Sir Robert and Lady Isabel McLeish. Unbeknown to any of the visitors, the estate has been taken over with Lady Isabel and the servants in the cellar under lock and key. The house has been taken over by Father Angelo and the other monks from a nearby abbey, who have with them an alien creature that takes the shape of a werewolf when the moon is full. Their goal is nothing less than control of the throne and the empire.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say about this episode is another thing I'm going to compare to other seasons. Well, I noticed the trend with the Tennant era, and it started with the Moffat era as well. They started doing like horror monsters in like once every single season. Season 1 we had ghosts in the Gelf. Season 2 we have this werewolf, and then season 3 we have a witch. Well, there's witches in the Shakespeare Code.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get confused between this one and the Shakespeare one as well, to be honest.
True, yeah, because it's two British icons. Is that the word? Yeah, icons.
Yeah.
Historical figures. That's probably a better word. Getting attacked by like horror monsters. Oh, and also season 5 had vampires in it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up with this trend? I don't get it. I mean, I guess I don't really like this one that much at all. I actually think I hated Rose and Turner in this. I just hated their relationship, especially when it starts off. Aren't they like blasting music or something?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Terrible music, and they're going to the 80s or whatever. There's like a running joke that Rose is naked or something.
Yeah, that isn't funny. Actually, Rose is really irritating in this. I don't think Ten's great in it either. But Rose is really annoying. She's trying to get the Queen to say, "I am not amused."
Yeah, I literally just remembered that. Yeah.
Runs very dry.
I wanted to pick Queen Victoria because.
I thought there were some nice moments with her actually, and I think she did the job. She was far more interesting than Shakespeare, who at first questions the Doctor and what's going on, but then kind of just accepts everything and just tags along. Whereas the Queen, she offers more conflict, a little more discussion, and I feel like her character's overall much more interesting and more importantly present. You kind of forget Shakespeare in that episode, which is crazy. I do think it works a little better.
Also, Charles Dickens. I just realised it's the exact same premise each time. Charles Dickens, Queen Victoria, Shakespeare battle 3 horror monsters.
Yeah.
Halloween monsters. It's the exact same premise each time. Was it the same writer? Was this Mark Gatiss?
Yeah.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure.
No wonder if it was.
No, it wasn't. Writing credits, it was Russell T. Moffat.
No, oh god, are you on IMDb?
Yeah.
They put, no joke, they've put Stephen Moffat on every single writing credit for every single Doctor Who episode for some reason.
Really?
I think it's because last time it was properly updated, he was the showrunner. Do you know what I mean? So they thought, someone who didn't watch the show just thought, just put him on every single episode.
Okay.
Okay, Russell wrote this episode. What the hell, Russell? Oh my god.
What a guy.
Sorry. So it's a cult then? That worship a werewolf. That's what I remember.
Yeah. And I don't exactly like the episode. I think moments just worked for me. I think the setting was a little more fun. They did play with it a lot more. I think people locked in cupboards and Rose is separated from Ten. It feels like there's so much space in the building that they're completely divided. These tight corridors that the werewolf goes through. I think this season actually uses space as intimidation quite well. I'll talk about it in another episode where it's probably one of my favourite moments from the season. I feel like it just works a little better than the replicants that you have earlier and later on in the series.
Yeah. So Okay, so what I remember as well from this episode is this is where Torchwood was created as well.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't care about.
Massive plot hole as well, which pisses me off. So Queen Victoria all along has created a force to stop the Doctor. Again, it makes no sense as well. The Doctor saved her, and she was like, "Yeah, go away, and if you come back, I'm going to kill you."
Yeah.
Again, that makes no sense. Whatever. Okay. And then, so throughout the whole classic series and even the modern series, anytime the Doctor goes back in time, so she created an organisation, Torchwood, and they never cross paths with the Doctor at all. Once. It makes no sense. I just can't believe that. Do you know what I mean? I think.
Exactly.
I guess you could say Torchwood is just really bad at their jobs. Do you know what I mean? They just can't find the Doctor.
I think
it was kind of like a recurring thing, like in the classic series, where like the Doctor would arrive on Earth at like when the episode was, at least once, like every 3 seasons. You know what I mean? Like, say if the episode was aired in like 1983 or whatever, then there's an episode where the Doctor arrives on Earth in 1983, where he meets up with the Brigadier again. You know? So where's Torchwood there? There's just a massive plot hole, and it's like they just don't appear. Torchwood. I think they could have came up with a better origin story. It just felt a bit forced to have a story arc. Do you know what I mean?
I do agree. I think the ending's completely rushed, and the idea of how Torchwood is created is pretty bad. I also really don't care about Torchwood in general. So when I remember that was obviously I haven't seen any of it outside of the main series, so I don't know, but
just real quick as well. So the whole idea, and this is going to be heavily in this season, basically when season 1 came out, Russell knew he was making a spin-off after season 2. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that actually came first. The idea of the Torchwood show itself, that actually existed with Captain Jack, that was the first initial idea. Then he thought it'll be cool to maybe have that as the main story arc in season 2. But the whole premise of Torchwood itself was already written for the spin-off anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So this whole season, it does kind of feel a bit forced. So it's like, okay, this organisation, Torchwood, how did it even get started?
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, I actually wasn't happy at all when I remembered that this was a key part of the season.
Yeah. Literally, yeah.
It was a little bit of a gut punch. Does make you a little less excited for the end of the season because it's so bland. I know we talked about Bad Wolf in the last episode, but even that has a little more excitement to it. At least Murray Gold.
Oh, actually, it reappears in this episode as well.
Bad Wolf.
Yeah, because the wolf says to Rose that there's a bit of wolf in you, and Rose realises what he's talking about. Do you know what I mean?
I did not remember that.
Literally, yeah.
But even Bad Wolf had Murray Gold's score for Rose playing every time. I just love that. Say Bad Wolf and it goes ooh, 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 and you're like, oh, got goosebumps. This is just lame. They just say Torchwood at some point in every episode.
Yeah, no, literally, it's even worse. It's just Torchwood in the background constantly. Okay, we'll get into this. In the Cyberman 2 part, I think what's his name? Pete Tyler just says us when he's someone else hey, Philip, how's everything at Torchwood? Just, stuff like that. In the Satan pit, one of the guys just says we are representing the Torchwood archives.
Yeah.
It's just very weak.
Pretty bad.
There's been way better story. It's probably the weakest one in the Russell era, actually.
Yeah.
Weakest story arc, I might say, easily. Setting up the finale, I would say.
It's easily worse than Bad Wolf, and Bad Wolf is not great.
I might actually think it might only be the only story arc I actually don't like in the Russell era, because I just think it's just simply season 1 was just saying a word, but do you know what I mean? This one, it's again, but the word doesn't mean anything that much. as in there's actually a meaning to why the word kept showing up with this one in season 2. It's just it keeps showing up for no reason. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was even more stripped down than Bad Wolf, to the point where you would have thought this would have been the first seasons, and then they developed it a little more, became Bad Wolf, developed a bit more, gets better and better to season 4. It's actually the other way around. They get worse at it, and if anything, it's more of an Easter egg rather than a story arc.
Yeah, yes, and it's not. Yeah, exactly. Although I do prefer. We'll get onto when we get to talk about the seasons, but season 3 and 4 I thought improved though, luckily. But this season it was literally because they knew they were doing a spin-off. Let's make this the main point. Well, the word worked last time, so let's do it again. They just hear Torchwood constantly.
Lame, but
yeah, really lame. Okay, so back to the episode though. The wolf gets killed by a telescope, doesn't it? Am I wrong there?
Yeah. Look, a lot of things don't work for this episode at all. Mythical creatures aren't very exciting for a villain, to be honest.
They can be done well. I just don't think they can be done. They've just not been done well in the Doctor Who at all.
Yeah. That's why I just say they're straight up just not good in Doctor Who.
well, actually, ironically, looking back to the classic series, I know for a fact the Yeti were done really well in the 60s.
I guess I'm looking. I guess I'm looking more at New Who's.
Yeah. What I mean is maybe they'll actually look at that and go, "Oh, Yeti worked. Let's do others." Do you know what I mean? Like one per season. I'm glad for season 4 they said, "Yeah, let's not." It didn't work. 3 times in a row just didn't work. So.
Yeah. I'd say this is probably the best of them, best of the 3.
No. Although I might prefer this over the Unquiet Dead slightly. They're kind of equal for me, actually.
I guess I'm not talking in terms of villains, more episodes. This is easy.
Yeah, I'm talking about episodes as well.
Yeah. I don't know, more works for me than especially Unquiet Dead. Which was just lame.
I thought this one was lame as well.
I got some kind of enjoyment out of it.
Is there anything else we've missed about the plot or anything?
Not exactly. It's just kind of standard stuff.
I don't have any moments either, so. Ugh. I'm going to give 3 out of 10.
I could agree with that. You
can agree with that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not saying I love the episode, I'm just saying...
I know. I thought you were going to give like a 5 or something, you know what I mean, or a 6.
No, not even close to a 6. But no, yeah. It's better than New Earth. It's better than the Unquiet Dead.
Slightly better than New Earth. Yeah, kind of equal for me on Quiet Dead. But I have nothing else to say about this episode, because I also don't remember it as well. What's next? School reunion?
Yes!
Finally.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Read the description, Alan.
Yep. Hold on. The Krillitines, aliens with a mix and match physiology, are trying to crack the Godmaker, a paradigm to give them ultimate power. They are using children as a computer, and only the Doctor and Rose, reunited with Sarah Jane Smith and K9, can prevent them from becoming masters of time and space.
And Mickey.
Yeah, they actually did completely ignore Mickey. That's amazing.
As well.
Yeah. That's the joke.
I really like this episode.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Same.
It's not perfect, but really like this episode.
It's fantastic. I think even without the Sarah Jane and K9 reunion, which are amazing,
it's still fantastic.
It's still fantastic. It hits those notes for me that I love. As something going wrong at a school, The teachers are shady. They actually sleep at the school. That's just amazing. I love that.
Yeah, like what you're describing, what I love is so it's like a children's premise, like for a TV show almost, like school and all that, bad teachers and all that. But then like subtly it's about like relationships and all that, about, like moving on like senior X or something. You know what I mean? Like that. I love that. I love that. There's like little tone, there's a bit more adult stuff in this, but there's also quite a bit of obviously marketed towards more children as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I do like that.
Tone.
Because, I don't know, I like when there's something... I never thought the teachers slept at the school, but that's obviously a little thing, and it kids usually think.
Yeah.
But I like when there's, like, kind of kids' stories that are implemented into a show or a film, and then kind of made
I think it balanced it perfectly, yeah. I think it balanced the tone perfectly.
I agree. Because the killer teens are represented perfectly.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, there's been so many amazing one-off Doctor Who villains that I think should never return again.
Yeah.
And I say like last season, the Empty Child, I'd probably say. I would never want to see the Empty Child again. But
yeah,
I'm not sure about you. Just villain from like last season, what was amazing, but probably should never. No, I can't. I was going to say the Reapers, but I kind of want them to come back. But for me, it's like the Krillitines were also another good one-off villain. Really good. I won't put them like top tier, but they were really good though still. Do you know what I mean? Like really good one-off villains. And I wouldn't mind seeing them again. Because they have a really cool premise as well.
I think both the Reapers and the Krillitines, their return would have to be conditional. The script would have to be developed for years. I'd need it to be perfect. I'd need it to make sense. You can't just throw them in there. Yeah. The episode can't be developed before just throwing in the villains. The villains, you have to know you're working with the villains for the story, I think. Because they are that good. You have to take them seriously. Like, I mean, obviously the Daleks and Cybermen and such have more history, but they're quality villains just like Daleks and Cybermen. And Daleks and Cybermen, you're aware you're going to have those villains in the story. You're not going to go... Well, some do, unfortunately. But for the most part, they know they're going to have the Cybermen and Daleks in it, and they build it around that. I feel like it should be the same for them.
Yes, absolutely. I was saying like there was a specific episode where Ten becomes a doctor. It's this episode. And if I could say the scene, it's the scene where he confronts the headmaster at the pool. It was so good. That top form acting right there in that scene.
I guess that moment does have it. Yeah, it doesn't become the Doctor for me yet. Not yet
for you. Interesting. Well, for me, it definitely is the scene where he confronts the headmaster. Where it's just brilliant what they're talking, because the headmaster knows him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He knows that he's a Time Lord. Do you know what I mean? And it's brilliant because like they're not fighting or anything. They're just talking. Do you know what I mean? And the Doctor gives them a warning. Do you know what I mean? And you can see a bit more, which happens quite a bit with Ten. A bit more anger. Do you know what I mean? A bit more like fury almost. With the because he's a Time Lord. Do you know what I mean? And I really like that like occasional darkness you see in Ten, where he says that you get one warning, that's it.
Yeah, he just holds his pass really well, especially in that scene. And I do think he is the Doctor in this episode. When I say he doesn't become the Doctor for me yet, is that when Nine fully became the Doctor in Dalek, I feel like it just carried through from there. Even in Long Game, where what a great episode, but he's definitely the Doctor there. Ten, it doesn't carry on for me after this. It felt like a one-off, if anything.
It does for me.
Okay.
But I understand that though. I'm very interested to see what episode that's going to be for you. Very interested, actually. Yeah. But what else? I mean, Sarah Jane was fantastic. Elizabeth Olsen was.
Yeah.
Not Elizabeth Olsen.
I was about to say.
Slade. Both Elizabeths.
Yeah. Sarah Jane is fantastic. Didn't feel out of place at one point.
I mean, Rose again, though, She annoyed me again in this episode.
I agree.
No, it's not like written like that though. But you know when like she's like, "Oh my god, you never mentioned it." It's like, do you honestly think this 900-year-old alien, who's by the way, he's actually older. He actually restarted counting, reset the count for his age actually, so he's probably like 2,000 years old than this. Do you really think he's not had any other companions, like friends, just like travellers? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he didn't exactly sit Rose down and talk through all his companions.
Exactly. Because if that was me 10, I was like, yeah, I have like 50. Do you want me to mention all of them in one go right now? Okay, let me mention all 50 of my companions right now. Okay, I'm gonna do it rapid. So if this ever happens again, I can say yes, I have mentioned them actually. No, honestly, I would have done that. I don't know why Ten didn't actually say that. I was like, yeah, she wasn't the only one before you.
And you do get a lot of that this season. Kind of Rose's self-entitlement. It's obviously purposeful. Sometimes it works. A lot of times it doesn't. There's even in her scene with Sarah Jane where she stopped bickering at her constantly, which is just not fun.
Yeah.
Even in that scene where Sarah Jane really well explains the relationship you're going to have with the Doctor and where that's going to lead to, and inevitably, Rose just completely ruins it. I think Sarah Jane completely carries those scenes.
Yes.
Rose is still kind of pitiful and just not Rose from the first season.
No, she isn't. That's the thing. Like, she felt way better in season 1. She still had the moments where, you know, like when she would flirt with someone else when she's going out with Mickey. It's like, well, you know, flawed character, well written. But this season, it's like it doesn't feel like the same Rose. One thing I do like though, which actually links to that, I thought Mickey was way better in this episode than any other episode actually.
Yeah, this is probably his best episode. I can agree with that. Unfortunately,
like, because you see him with Eccleston, they always argued.
Yeah,
and they had like a proper love-hate relationship. And then with 10 as well, even in like the Christmas Invasion, there was still a bit where, you know, they just didn't say anything to each other. Do you know what I mean? This episode though, it's brilliant. Like, so it's not. I mean, he does that, give up Mickey a bit of hard time, but it's like when the rats fell out the thing, and then Mickey just screamed, and then 10 was like, "Oh yeah, what? How old are you again? 9, 10? With little pigtails, are you now?" But the relationship, do you know what I mean? 10 obviously respects Mickey a slight bit more, which also shows when he says he can come aboard at the end of the episode as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get into 10's and Mickey's relationship more later. But it's not quite as present this season, but in this episode it does feel back to that 9 and Mickey relationship. And I don't think it should be down to 9 or 10, it should just be the Doctor and Mickey's relationships. It's just kind of how it works with the whole tin dog thing.
The thing is, when the Doctor regenerates, he gets a slight bit different personality, do you know what I mean? Different way of looking at things, so.
Yeah, of course. But I feel like that really should have remained. Because it's not exactly like it completely disappeared. Later on, he's still causing Mickey the idiot. And it's like, well, you've not exactly been like that with him this season. So which one is it at this point? Yeah.
I don't think he does call him Mickey the idiot at all.
He does.
What episode was that?
It was when Mickey departs.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No way. Mickey calls it... Really? I don't remember that. I remember the scene. I don't remember him calling Mickey the idiot.
He does. He kind of like... I think he pats him on the shoulder or something to Mickey the idiot. It's like, well... But I mean, I'll go into that more later, but this is definitely his best episode, I believe.
Yeah. I also like the parallels where Sarah Jane's like, this is what K9 is, basically, to the Doctor. And he's like, so what are you? He's like, oh, I am the man in the van. I'm the eyes in the sky. He's like, oh my god, I'm the tin dog. It's brilliant. He is just K9. And he basically did just explain like what most of the like the TARDIS team dynamics are. There's the Doctor, there's the companion, then there's like the there's the one-off helper occasionally. You know what I mean? Which was K9 for quite a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was about to say that it does perfectly sell the dynamics, and for that episode, it fits perfectly. Every character plays their role to perfection, and it makes the story work far better than a lot of them do this season.
Yeah. K9's brilliant in this episode. It's probably K9's best episode. And I've seen all of his episodes in the classic series.
I love K9. I used to have a big K9 toy.
I mean, K9 started off good. By the way, this is not the same K9. This is K9 Mark III, actually. There's actually two. There's Mark 1 and Mark 2 in the classic series. This is Mark 3. Well, he gets destroyed in this episode, then Mark 4 is
I loved K9 as a kid. And when I first watched this episode a few years ago, well, maybe I watched it when I was younger, but first remembrance, I was delighted. Love him, and he was fantastic in this episode. Wasn't too in the way. Maybe we could have seen a bit more of him, to be honest, but
I did like how he was like broken. It also sort of resembles, the Doctor and Sarah Jane's relationship, and then the Doctor repairs it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's true. I don't know. Maybe I love K9.
Yeah, I do love K9. I mean, this is probably going to blow your mind. You do know you do know Sarah Jane, K9, and the Doctor never travelled in the TARDIS.
Really?
Yeah. Leela was the first companion. He did travel. The thing is, Sarah Jane was with the Fourth Doctor for quite a while, and then K9 was only with the Fourth Doctor. But basically, Sarah Jane left season 14. K9 was introduced in season 15 with Leela.
Wow.
Basically, this is K9 Mark III. Basically, all three of the main companions of the Fourth Doctor was Sarah Jane Smith, Leela, and Romana. Leela got Mark 1, Romana got Mark 2, and Sarah Jane got Mark 3.
That's pretty cool.
Because Sarah Jane actually had a spin-off show called K9 and Company. Apparently it's terrible, though.
I think I've seen that box set.
Really?
I think I have.
I've heard it wasn't good. But it was the predecessor to the Sarah Jane Adventures that I know everyone likes.
Yes, I love that show.
Yeah, which of course this was actually setting up as well. This season was all full of setting up spin-offs.
That's easily the best setup.
Probably, yeah, because it also wasn't just constantly through the show. Obviously, when Torchwood came out, they were like, we need another spin. After season 2 was successful, they're like, we need another spin-off. How about Sarah Jane Smith? And that was a great idea. That was brilliant. That was so good.
Yeah, we got a great episode out of it as well.
Yeah. We've said quite a lot about this episode. The Crow Sense was good. What did you think about the God computer?
Fantastic. I think it's
what a
so
great idea that was. Yeah.
I do love the scene where he tries to tempt the Doctor.
Where he's like, you can bring them back. You could win the war.
Yeah. And Sarah Jane's just pleading with him. Wow, yeah, it works brilliantly. I love that they just wire up the kids and they're just doing the dirty work for them. I think that's just I can't find I was going to say that's so cool, but I'm not trying to promote that. I think it's just a fantastic idea. It's perfectly executed.
Oh, I love the episode with the Daleks. I'm not trying to promote Nazism and genocide.
yeah, exactly. And they lock the school doors and stuff later. And I love when Mickey's with Mickey's in the car. And K9, he's asking K9, what can we do? And he goes, we are in a car.
He's like, yeah, I know we're in a car. Well, come on, tell me what to do. He's like, we are in a car. He's like, you are useless. We are in a car. Oh my god, we are in a car. Oh god, yeah, because it just shows like K9's actually slightly more smarter than Mickey. Yeah.
Fantastic.
What Yeah, so good. I mean, okay, so what I love as well, it's so good with continuity as well. It perfectly is a sequel to The Hand of Fate, which was Sarah Jane's last episode. I love the throwaway line where, they had a bit of an argument, Tennant, Sarah Jane. She just goes, when you dropped me off, it wasn't Croydon.
Yeah.
And he was like, because that actually happened in the episode where she left the TARDIS, and there was a bit of bad blood between Thor and Sarah Jane. There was a bit of I will miss you. Do you know what I mean? But Sarah Jane did have a bit of an argument with Thor actually before she left.
Oh.
But she was like, I'm so sick of you not listening, because you know what the Fourth Doctor's like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just all Hendrix and all. He just wouldn't mess you with humans. And she's like, I'm sick of you not listening to me. And then she packs all the stuff, and it's a bit of a joke where the Doctor actually gets called back to Gallifrey, which is actually the first time in the show that happens, by the way. But the humans aren't allowed on Gallifrey, so he actually had to drop it off. And then she comes out, he's like, I'm all packed. And he's like, wait, how did you know? Like, oh my God, you weren't listening to her again. For God's sake.
Yeah.
And he basically told her that she had to get out, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell there was that little tension. I didn't know that, but you could still sense the tension between them both.
Yeah.
That is perfectly captured. Perfectly.
Yeah, but, like where Zen just goes, so that's near Croydon, right?
Yeah. That's near Croydon.
I love this episode. It's one of the rare instances where it's actually a sequel to a classic serial.
And it works perfectly, leaves off fantastic.
Yeah, it doesn't usually happen that often. There's a couple more instances where there will be okay, that is that sequel to the classic episode, but I mean, this is probably the clearest one, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's a few more things I love as well. Ten's first scene, where he's with that kid who's just ultra smart, and you're like, oh, is this where the episode's heading with? And it's not really where you'd expect it to go. It's like, I don't know, this super brained kid or something. They found one. Not exactly. It's brilliant. I love that. But I love Ten just being a teacher. It works perfectly, and him testing this kid's knowledge is so much fun.
Yeah, I like how there's a recurring theme as well with the Doctor. It's again something where he's like, oh, it's so weird. She never did the lottery, and then one day she got something in the post, and there you go, a lottery ticket, and it was the winning numbers. And then you got the job. And he's like, yeah, I'm really lucky that.
Yeah, that whole scene in the staff room. Obviously, that's where Sarah Jane comes in as well, and the beaming smile on Ten's face is just priceless. And Sarah Jane not being aware yet, you just love it. You love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant. That's actually what's one thing I'm going to say. It annoys me so much they never bring back companions.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Wow.
So out of the classic series now, there have been 4/5 companions that have showed up since then when the revival came out. Sarah Jane, the Brigadier and Joe Grant actually both showed up in the Sarah Jane Adventures.
Really?
Which I'm going to count Joe Grant because she actually meets the 11th Doctor, which is brilliant. And since then, Ace and Tegan have showed up in Power of the Doctor, which is Jodie Whittaker's last episode.
Yeah.
Not. Can I just say I've actually seen the reunion scene between them. Jodie Whittaker she just goes, "Oh my God, Ace and Tegan," then she just runs off.
I am not surprised.
Comparing that to this episode where Ten he's just flabbergasted to see Sarah Jane again. He's so happy since the Time War. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It actually kind of annoys me a bit. She 13 sees Ace and Tegan, and she's like, "No, you are old companions. You do not get to travel with me anymore." She doesn't say that, but it basically is what she's implying. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why are you back? You are old companions. Ew.
Exactly. That is so much worse than Tennant's priceless face.
Yeah. And also 11's reaction with Joe Grant, which I'm not sure if you've seen, but he has a good conversation with Joe Grant.
I can imagine. Matt Smith's the best, so Matt Smith for president.
Did you know Russell T Davis wrote that episode, actually?
Really? Russell T's the best, isn't he?
He was the only... Yeah, Russell T Davis wrote for the 11th Doctor. How amazing is that?
I gotta watch that.
Yeah, it's a good episode. It's a good episode. Joe Grant comes back, it's brilliant. And Matt Smith is... It's good as well, because it's very rare that you see, like... like stuff from the Moffat era interact with the Russell era, because, we talked about this, Moffat just cut it off completely.
Yeah. It's a shame.
Yeah, but the thing is, the spin-offs, Torchwood and Sarah Jane, were still going on, after season 5.
Yeah.
So, of course, and Russell had permission to still use the Doctor, and it was his last time to write for the Doctor, and it was Matt Smith, and it was brilliant, actually.
I'm gonna seek that out. That's brilliant.
Are we done with this episode now? Because I think we've said everything, actually. We've gone through almost every moment of the episode.
Not every moment. I love the cafe scene.
Yeah. Wait, which one? There's like a billion. Do you mean the one with the bad dogs?
The testing the outside of school where they're testing the oil, and K9 is picking it up, and that's when they find out it's the Krollatines. I really like that scene. But yeah, I do like the where the K9's Mark Freezoff scene, where he goes, "Good dog, you're a good dog," and he goes, "Affirmative," and that's like, oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, and then when the headmaster comes in, he's like, "Oh, little dog," he's trying to tell him, and he just blows up a canister, and they're all like melting. He's like, "You bad dog."
Affirmative.
He's like, "Yeah, affirmative, yeah." Oh, it's
fantastic.
Because K9's not actually that. He wasn't that well loved in the classic series, do you know what I mean? So what I love, it's like something that wasn't heavily liked, and they brought it back and they made it actually likable, do you know what I mean? Like, people like, yeah, that everyone will be rooting for that, like, yeah, blow up that canister, blow up the building.
Yeah. And then the final shot where Mark IV is right there as the TARDIS fades away. Like, he invites Sarah Jane, obviously, doesn't he? But he knows she's not going to. So he has K9 right there for her. And they walk off.
So good, yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, I love this episode so much. And it's like, the thing is, like you said, it's not because of nostalgia. It's just a genuinely great episode.
Yeah.
Mr. Finch, that's his name, Mr. Finch, the headmaster, was brilliant.
Yeah,
he was brilliant in this episode.
Yeah, they use nostalgia really well. There's an art in using nostalgia.
Yeah, of course they did. But there's also, when you look past it, there's more to this episode, though. Do you know what I mean?
There really is. And like you mentioned it earlier, like Tennant has his first kind of chess game with a villain, and it leads to that scene in the swimming baths where they kind of talk to each other, and also obviously with the supercomputer, and you can save them all. It's fantastic, both on the side of they brought back Sarah Jane and K9, but also what an episode anyway.
Yeah, what are you going to give it out of 10?
A 10.
I'm going to give it a 9.
Understandable. I think that was my previous rating, but I notched it up a bit just because I also love the whole school teachers thing anyway, and it's perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. I'm going to give it a 9.
Understandable.
Yeah, I understand the 10 as well. I get it.
Yeah. Well, on to episode 4 then. The Girl in the Fireplace.
Love this episode so much again. Did you say you liked it a lot more? Because I know you wasn't really a big fan originally.
I did. I'm just going to read the plot first.
Of course. Yes, do that, of course.
Oh, these are all the same plot. Okay. The Doctor, Mickey and Rose land on a spaceship in the 51st century, only to find 18th century Versailles on board. The time of Madame de Pompadour, sorry.
Yeah, you got it, you nailed it perfectly.
I got it.
Madame de Pompadour.
There you go. You did it better. To find out what's going on, the Doctor must enter Versailles and save Madame de Pompadour. But it turns into an emotional roller coaster for the Doctor. This is making me sound like I don't read. I do read. I just don't read out loud. Yeah.
What? I love this episode. Stephen Moffat again.
Yeah, I could tell.
I know you didn't like Empty Child Doctor Dances too much, but I for me, all of his episodes hit for me in the Russell era. I do want to bring this up real quick before we properly get into this. There's rumours that Stephen Moffat's going to be coming back to write a couple episodes for the new series.
I think that'd be great.
I can't believe there's a chance I might actually be able to see a Stephen Moffat script with the boundaries of Russell T Davies.
Yeah.
Because you have to understand that the showrunner, Russell T, obviously he edits their scripts a bit more, neatens them up a bit. Moffat, when he was a showrunner, all of his episodes just felt a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
His episodes in the Russell T Davies era, obviously, they just feel a bit more tightened up. You can see that Russell, where he's like, okay, look, you're being a bit confusing here, Moffat. Let me just tidy this script up a bit more. Do you know what I mean? And then when it's tidied, it's blink in the next season. Do you know what I mean? You can see how good the scripts are under Russell T Davies. I can't. If that actually does happen, oh my god, that'll be my most anticipated episode of season 14. But this episode, one thing people Moffat's known for not writing female characters that well, and it apparently all stems from here. Although this is probably an accurate portrayal of Madame de Pompadour, though, so we'll let him off
here. Her portrayal was nothing that frustrated me. I think people tend to get.
Good one, but I'm just saying, but then on he writes his female characters very similar. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's good in this one. It really works. I didn't like to use.
It is a portrayal of Madame de Pompadour.
Yeah, I didn't like this episode on the first watch. Watching it back, I really don't understand why.
Yeah, I didn't understand why either.
I wish I took notes or something the first time around. I can't see much wrong with it. From the beginning, you're already intrigued. And then there's the fireplace, and this is 18th century Versailles. What?
Moffat's ideas are so look at every single one of his plots. They're so science fiction, but he just melds it with some sort of different, different science fiction concepts. You look at stuff from the classic series, time travel, going back and starting up your fate, or the Doctor arrives on a ship with humans, and they're in stasis and all, then an alien attacks them, which is similar to those plots are similar to Terminator, Alien. Science fiction concepts. Well, Moffat's concepts are science fiction, very science fiction, but you just don't know try and describe the science fiction concept in this episode. There's a doorway. So there's a spaceship that has a time doorway to old events. You're like, okay, but then what else does he do? Well, he fills the whole story with a plot with Madame de Pompadour and clockwork robots. It's brilliant. The way he sets his tones, his style for each episode. Yeah. You can see the exact same thing with Science of the Library and Forest of the Dead. It's about a hard drive computer. He just doesn't come across like that though, with the Vasta Narada and everything. I just love how Moffat writes. I just love Moffat's scripts in the Russell T Davies era. There's something about them. They're just weird.
Even in his own era, they are still weird and strange. But like you said, they're not edited to be the best they can be like they are in the Russell T era. But yeah, as soon as obviously I knew it was written by Moffat from the intro, I was like, okay.
And when time starts getting played with, I think he goes back to young Pompadour, and it's been 3 months or something. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's a Moffat script. So
yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the exact same thing happened with Amy Pond.
Yeah.
The doctor messes up a child. Do you know what I mean? Weirdly enough, you see this quite a lot. The Clockwork Droids actually did come back in the Moffat era for Deep Breath.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Originally I always thought like, oh, they said they were the Clockwork Droids, but they weren't actually Clockwork Droids. They weren't the exact same. But then I it was quite recently as well. I just saw a scene in Deep Breath where he pulls out a finger and he goes, "This is the ship was the SS Marie Antoinette," and I'm like, oh wait, hang on a minute, and he's like, and then he reads, "This is the ship of Madame de Pompadour." And I'm like, oh my god, they actually are the Clockwork Droids. But then it's a funny gag was where 12 says, "This sounds so familiar, but I just can't think about it." And he smells a flower and he's like, "Nah, can't think. I can't remember." You know what I mean? It's a nice gag because it's like Ten didn't actually find out why the droids were actually going after Madame de Pompadour originally, and then you find out at the end that the ship's actually named after her.
Yeah, and it's, I don't know, it's pretty fantastic. I love the villains in this.
I love the Clockwork Droids.
Yeah, they work so well. They're not in it.
Again, I find them more better as one-off villains, though. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. I wouldn't have been rushing to bring them back, really.
Not at all for me. I think they could have just been one of the best one-off villains of all. I probably would have called them that if they didn't come back in Deep Breath. Do you know what I mean? But, just how they dress up like, what is it like? They got the masks on, like they dress up like old French people. Do you know what I mean? They just got so much life to them again. Like they're clockwork robots, but they have so much more style. They have so much more heart to them, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And, well, the reason they do work as just one time, despite them being so good, is because it just fits perfectly to the story.
Yes.
I really can't imagine another story working for it. Not because they're not good villains, but just because they're built around the story. The story's already fantastic, and they perfectly fit it. And that's just how it works sometimes. That's how a great one-off film works.
Yeah. Although, this is season 8. I do think they work pretty well in Deep Breath looking back, but for this episode, they were brilliant. I love them in so much. I actually didn't hate Rose in this episode that much.
I didn't hate her. I wasn't too... Her scenes with Mickey were nothing, and luckily they were just not in it that much at all. So it's more of a Doctor episode, which is great. Obviously, they get taken hostage in the episode. I guess Rose has a nice moment where she's building up the Doctor. She's like, even the Daleks are afraid of them, and then he comes in drunk. That's a good scene.
Yeah, the oncoming storm.
Yeah.
And dancing. Yeah.
Hey, he still delivers though.
Yeah.
That's the Doctor.
It still delivers, yeah. What other scenes are in this episode? There's so many. The ending is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
She goes back and she dies. Considering that he saw her as a kid, do you know what I mean, as well? Do you know what I mean? Madame de Pompadour was actually just waiting for him again, and he didn't show up again. Maybe you could say that actually was a bit subconsciously why he came back for Amy so quick. Do you know what I mean? Well, not quick, but he was like, "Oh, remember last time with Madame de Pompadour," and kept waiting too long, and she ended up dead.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is heartbreaking. The letter is wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I like how Rose just respects it as well, do you know what I mean? Because it's like, we're not actually going out, you know what I mean, at all. So,
Yeah, she doesn't bicker for once in the scene.
Yeah. I do, you know what, it does feel like season 1 Revenge where Mickey's taking the piss at Rose, look, the Doctor's fault for Madame de Pompadour.
I guess that does, right, yeah.
And he's like, oh yeah, yesterday it was Sarah Jane Smith, today's Madame de Pompadour. Yeah. Oh, back to that last episode, actually, School Reunion. There's a funny bit where Mickey goes, "Yeah, you might want to watch it with the James." It's what she gets for like cheating on him like 4 times like last season.
Yeah. Yeah, the Doctor's a free man.
yeah. Mickey was loving it.
Yeah, it's a great episode. Unlike School Reunion, I find it difficult to break it down why I like this so much in individual scenes. There's so many of the scenes are similar. There's nothing that throws you off. There's so many standout scenes from School Reunion where you're like, oh, this is really what kept pushing the episode forward. Whereas The Girl in the Fireplace is just such a fantastic idea where it's hard to analyse why it works so well. Moffat just came up with a fantastic concept, executed it perfectly. And he just put so much style into it, yeah. It did. And he constantly just hit the right notes. He didn't trip up. And then sometimes with a great story like that, and obviously we've already got great characters in the Doctor and the companions and stuff. That's already set because it's a show. But sometimes when you got that, whether it's TV or a film, sometimes it just plays out. It just plays out and it works fantastically.
Yeah.
And you watch the first 5 minutes and you're like, yeah, this is just going to be great. As long as they somehow don't mess it up.
Although there has been episodes where it does fall off.
That's what I'm about to say. If as long as they don't trip up, you can always trip up. But from what they've done in this opening 5-10 minutes, it's looking good. And all they kind of need to do now is just keep it rolling. They don't exactly need to keep pushing it bolder.
From start to end, I don't think they tripped up once at all.
No, I agree.
I guess the horse was in this one, what actually reappears in Day of the Doctor, weirdly enough. That was actually a Zygon. I wonder if the whole time it was a Zygon. I wonder if that's going to be like a running gag. Like, actually, that was a Zygon constantly.
Yeah, they make a joke out of it, don't they? It's because Rose and Mickey have ran off and Ten returns and he's explaining all the stuff that's happened. He's like, "Oh, I found a horse as well," and then that's a brilliant wide shot it cuts to.
I like how it's like, again, Rose gets a bit. So it's like, I like, because it sounds like Ten said, I actually prefer the horse to you two, just wandering off constantly, never listening to a word I say. You know, he did say don't go anywhere, and they just wander around. He's like, yeah, I've replaced you with a horse.
That was Moffat and Russell T warning their future selves to stop picking women from London as their companions.
Yeah, but the next we got.
Yeah.
Oh, God's sake. Yeah, I mean, what else about this episode? I'm trying to remember. I think you're right. It's very hard to deconstruct this episode. It just nails it. It's just very straightforward. You know what I mean? Great villains, great concepts. It nails it completely. All the way through, emotional. Madame de Pompadour's fantastic. Ten's fantastic. Has he not become the Doctor for you yet?
No, and I think it's. I don't think the Doctor has actually shined for me in this, even though it revolves around the Doctor, and I don't think Tennant did a bad job, and I don't think Ten's written badly in this. But there's no moment where I'm going, this is the Doctor.
Where he goes through the window. You know, with the horse, and he's like, yeah, well, I'm the Lord of Time, and I'm here to fix the clock.
I don't know. It wasn't quite there for me yet.
Fair enough. I'm looking forward to. Still looking forward to that episode. I don't know. Should we give our ratings now? Or unless you want to talk about something else with this episode. I think we covered everything.
Just one question. Did you feel, I know that we said they weren't exactly dating, but did you feel weird at any point when the Doctor and Madame Pompadour were kind of being romanced despite him meeting for the first time as a child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course I did. But I guess with this set of fingers, that, you know, she died straight off, so I don't really think about it that much, do you know what I mean? You know what annoys me most as well? So season 1 and 2, you had Rose and Martha falling for the Doctor and all that. Although I don't mind it in season 3 because, you know, the Doctor doesn't really care for Martha like that. Do you know what I mean? It's just Martha, which I don't mind.
Yeah.
But also, I noticed as well, season 2 and 3, there's at least one episode where he falls for another person. This season was Man on the Pompadour. Next season's the girl in Human Nature.
Yeah, yeah.
Although that's not the Doctor, but although it's kind of subtly like, you know, he also did fall for her as well.
Yeah, I know you mean.
But the thing is, she dies in this episode of Man on the Pompadour, so it does feel a bit weird, but I don't know.
I think it put me on edge at first. Well, I don't know if on edge is the right word. My brain was kind of going, what? Yeah. I don't know about this.
I mean, the thing is, especially like 900 years old, I always try and reason this though, because what I do like with quite a lot of the time is they don't actually full on go on, yes, he likes it. Could there be a bit of an element that she obviously does? But maybe he doesn't, and the reason why it hits a bit more for him was, you know, he saw her as a child and kind of messed her up a bit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think what made it okay for me. Well, I don't know if okay is. What settled my mind was that it was more him romanticising being young and having fun at parties and stuff. Of course, he has an amazing time getting drunk at a party and socialising. Obviously, they have the whole lonely arc, which works fantastically. Well, you know, when he enters her mind and she enters his, which is a fantastic scene. And it's less about when the Doctor and Rose are romanticised. That's different to the Doctor romanticising what Madame I'm doing worse every time, you know. Pompadour. It more what she is rather than who she is.
That's a good point. One thing I just thought of as well is that I do feel a bit weird. You are right. I do have that justification in my mind, but I do feel weird. But let's compare this to another one. Again, Moffat. And the 11th Doctor met River when she was a baby.
That's true. I mean, I don't exactly like the River thing.
What the hell? That's messed up.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I felt weird about that. Like, you know, it's Amy and Rory's daughter. Like, if I'm Amy and Rory, I'm like, Doctor, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you know, in Wedding of River song, like, wait, hang on a minute, what? Like, that's our daughter. You know, you did kind of fail to save her.
Yeah, I don't exactly feel positive about that one anyway.
I feel it's so similar, and I feel exactly the same.
Yeah,
it's dodgy, but you know,
this one works just a bit more thematically, rather than it being an actual thing like Rose and Doctor and River Song.
Yeah. But should we give our ratings now?
Sure, go ahead. You go first.
I'm giving it a 10.
I agree. Back-to-back 10s for me.
Is that our first one we actually agree on being a 10, or did we agree on Bad Wolves?
We agreed on Bad Wolf, yeah. And, no, I gave Dalek a 9, didn't I?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's probably our first agreed on 10. Oh, wait, what about Dalek? Oh, no, you gave that a 9 as well, didn't you?
Yeah, that's the same.
What about Father's Day? Oh, wait, no, wait, I did give that a 10. Wait,
I gave it a 9.
Gave it a 9. Okay, man, first agreed on 10, that's brilliant. I'll take that, Kill the Fireplace.
Yeah, that and Bad Wolf. We did agree on Bad Wolf.
Oh, so you did give Bad Wolf a 10?
Yeah. Bad Wolf is fantastic. It's all the notes out. I'm not getting into Bad Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I did give Part in Other Ways a 9 as well.
Yeah, same.
Well, that's not 10. Yeah, but you know, agreed on 10 Bad Wolf and this. So, okay, we move. Rise of the Cybermen, Age of Steel next.
Should I read out both of the plots? Because we're going to just cover both anyway, aren't we?
You could just do Rises of the Cybermen, do you know what I mean? Because Age of Steel is just, it'll obviously cover like, okay, last time, do you know what I mean? It's like, well, we're about to talk about that now.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
So just do Rise of the Cybermen.
The TARDIS falls through a gap in the time vortex, which leads the crew to find themselves in a parallel version of London, England in the year 2006.
It's a slightly more advanced era where Zeppelins fly overhead and the population wears special AirPods where information can be downloaded via the Cybers Corporation, a multi-million-pound conglomerate owned by the crippled genius John Lumick. Lumick is involved in his own business project, which involves the alternate version of Rose Tyler's father, Pete, who has become a millionaire in this reality and whom Rose is hell-bent on meeting. Lumick wishes to convince the president of Great Britain that his new project, which involves the human brain being transferred to a robotic body of pure steel, would mean that people need never die. A fate that Lumick is facing as he is suffering from a critical illness. But it's a project that the president dismisses as unethical and immoral. All while homeless people on the streets of London are being coaxed. Is that the right word? Yeah, into vans by mysterious men in uniforms and never to be seen again. Before long, the Doctor discovers that Lumick, now shunned, has far greater and sinister ideas, ones that involve an army of monstrous creations, which the Doctor discovers, to his horror, are the alternate version of some of the most terrifying enemies from his past.
Yeah, nice, great. I was a bit more longer with that one. Weirdly,
yeah, it was. But I was like, oh.
So this two-parter.
There you go. All right, go ahead.
So, okay, we're back. Sorry, sorry about that, guys. Anyway, yeah. So this episode's gone down in my estimation since I was a kid because I used to adore this episode. I still like it though, but I don't love it. That's the best way to describe it, and it has quite a lot of issues that I've actually noticed on, more second watches, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I have plenty of issues with this one, and I think it is one I liked a lot more on my first watch, and maybe because I was just stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I'm trying to get my notes. I had so many notes, especially for the second episode, actually. I reached I take my notes in IMDb, then screenshot, because I usually don't reach the required characters to publish it, because they're just notes. I wrote that many in like the opening 10 minutes. I actually passed the required characters.
One thing I want to actually start out with, what I actually found that someone brought up, and I was like, oh my god, you are so right. Why does John Lumick want to convert people into Cybermen? It's never actually properly addressed. I actually rewatched it when I found that out. Now, there's obviously, like, the Cybermen themselves want to convert people into them because they feel it's the best way possible. John Lumick does not feel that, though. At all. He needs them for experiments, but then why does he want to go full scale? Why? His whole motivation is to survive.
Yeah, it's for himself.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually never actually stated that a reason why he wants to convert other people. I thought the thing is, the episode started off well, where it was like he's converting other people into Cybermen for test subjects. Do you know what I mean? For tests.
Yeah, but then he just takes over London.
Yeah. Why? That was never established, or like it doesn't even make properly sense. Why would he want to do that? He himself just wants to survive. It starts off well, where you're like, oh yeah, wow. So these are just test subjects for like maybe like a better human that he's trying to create, like a reformed metal body. But it obviously wasn't. You could have done that. Like it wasn't really working well, and then the Cybermen then just break off. Do you know what I mean? Then they convert Lumick without his permission. Do you know what I mean? Like they go rogue. That could have worked, but it doesn't though.
Yeah. Because they bring up the idea of upgrading the human race, which is it's not a bad start for the Cybermen, is it? But there's no motivation behind it.
I mean, I get why classic fans hate this. So Russell didn't get the original because he likes continuity wise.
Yeah,
he's very continuity, which is. So we looked at the Daleks and he was like, okay, since Genesis of the Daleks, Davros wasn't in every single one. There was continuity. Do you know what I mean? There was definitely a storyline being told. So he just carried that on with the Daleks went to war with the Time Lords, which was actually weirdly set up when you go back on those Dalek episodes.
Yeah.
Where like they are planning on like attacking the Time Lords, so it actually makes sense. So there's a bit of continuity with the Daleks, so he doesn't need to reset that. Cybermen one, he did it because he said it was a bit too confusing. Now it is a bit too confusing. However, it does still make sense when you have to read into it. My point is, he could have easily just started off somewhere else in that timeline. Do you know what I mean? He could have just said, these are the Cybermen from Mondas, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe early in their timeline, do you know what I mean? And he could have continued a new continuity. Or, like, not get rid of the past, but, like, start, like, a new time period for the Cybermen, do you know what I mean? Why did he have to go into a parallel world and create a new origin story for the Cybermen? And he said that's the reason why, because the original continuity makes no sense. But it does make sense, it's just very confusing. But the Daleks sort of made it a bit confusing as well in like the early 70s and 60s.
Yeah.
So I don't get his motivations there, because then you get like an episode like the finale where they have to try and like put them in the normal universe, and they just constantly keep using these Cybermen where I don't get it. You know, I don't get the point of them.
No, neither. They kind of bounce around, like I said, in the idea of just upgrading them. But even then, they kind of just go back to going, they're just evil. They're just evil robots. Lumic is just evil. He's not really got motivation. He's just evil.
Yeah, exactly. Lumic has no motivation, and then when you realise that, then the whole this two-parter makes no more sense. Then,
yeah,
like that's what I mean. To start out with this episode, it's actually like kind of pretty good. Like, his motivation is he wants to survive, so he needs test subjects. Fantastic, you know. But then he starts converting everyone else in the world, not for test subjects, just he wants to do that. But why? There's no motivation there. Do you know what I mean? It shouldn't make any sense.
I think the only slightest you can bring out of it is say that he's delusional into thinking, this is a better living for everyone. But I don't think that's strong enough that they pushed out.
It isn't. That's why I think it would have been way better if the Cybermen just like acted alone. Do you know, like they took control of themselves. Like it could have been like, Lumic can't. Like a good message, like you can't control like a living being. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. He literally just uses them as robots, which sucks again. How many more times are Cybermen just going to be robots?
I know, yeah. I mean, like, it makes it work. You know, I just realised one, which I do hate. These Cybermen just have a brain in them.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's one thing why I like a parallel Earth. That's the only thing why I like a parallel Earth. But the original concept in, like, the 10th planet where there's still quite a bit of flesh in this. There's probably like a skeleton
yeah.
that in that underneath that cloth, that face. Do you know what I mean? And you can see there's obviously a body in there. Do you know what I mean? Like you can see the mouth moving, and then you look at it, and you go, "Oh my god, their eyes have been like pierced out." Do you know what I mean? And their mouths have just been forced. I'm talking about the 10th planet design here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And there's a human behind that. You can see it. This one, it's the brain. And it makes it. The thing is, as well, they're completely controlled by a cyber, the cyber controller. And there is a cyber controller in the classic series, but when you look back in the Cybermen, the only thing that was removed was emotions.
Yeah, yeah.
They weren't like. The thing is, they could actually think for themselves. You know what I mean? They could actually have a conversation that doesn't sound like dead robotic. Like it would sound robotic, but my point is, there's a bit more. They could act. They can actually. It's like this. They can act logically. Do you know what I mean? They're not like down to They're not. They're not down to like this. Let's compute what is the best thing. Like they would still think for themselves. It's just all emotions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. They're not this is I really emphasise this on Age of Steel, the second part. That they're not intimidating one bit. The intimidation more comes from being
being taken control of, which is still quite an alright idea. I do like that. That's not.
I do think that pretty alright actually in the episode. Like, these are being forced to take control over. My point is though, it goes straight back to Lumix motivation, doesn't happen, so then it just kind of feels a bit flat then.
Yeah, but also the Cybermen are just not intimidating at all. Even when you watch 10th Planet, you are intimidated by the Cybermen as well. You are intimidated by the idea of completely losing your soul, but it's not quite portrayed as you're also still afraid of the Cybermen themselves. Whereas you go and watch Age of Steel and the people are running in the streets, I think it was. No, they're running out of the building, some kind of building, and there's 3 Cybermen trying to stop these people, and people are pushing the Cybermen out the way, and I'm like, that is so disrespectful to the villain of the Cybermen. As soon as there's any kind of control lost from the Cybermen, they're just bumbling idiots. They look like security guards that can't handle people. They're not scary at all. They're just completely using a terrible story.
This is the thing as well. In the classic series, the origin was perfect. They were set up on Mondas, the twin planet of Earth. They were obviously a bit more higher evolved technology. These are just it's clearly in the writing. That's why they get completely destroyed by the Darks in the finale. These are just like normal, like our technology. Do you know what I mean? Like what we could make. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in the original classic series, it's clear that they're a bit more advanced technology. Do you know what I mean? So they're obviously a lot more stronger, which obviously plays a lot more into them being a bit more intimidating. Do you know what I mean? Which you're right. The reason that was probably done is because the Earth technology, crowd would probably just push past them.
Yeah, and well, even if they wanted to go off that, then they're just not as strong as normal Cybermen. Also, thank God, you don't want to portray some of the higher Cybermen and portray them this badly. But it's also that they think they can do that. When you're watching something like 10th Planet, there's almost this respect that they're so frightening. Their lack of fear makes you fear more.
Yeah.
Whereas they do just more fear being in the circumstances there, which of course you'd fear, but there's nothing more to that. They don't fear the Cybermen themselves. They could just push them out the way.
Yep, you are completely right. I'm gonna say one thing. Like I said, I don't hate this story. It does have some positives, and I think a bit of it as well is there have been. This is going to be the most brutally honest thing, and I think everyone knows this. There's not that many good Cyberman stories.
Yeah.
The thing is, even in the classic series, only like 50% of them were good. There's been some terrible stories with these lot.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are just to do with making them robots.
Exactly.
I can name one good. I mean, okay, they're never actually robot. As in, like, they're never like written to be robots, but they act like robots. You know what I mean?
They're pretty much treated like robots in this.
There's only one story where they're portrayed as like, also this is where they just, this is just something as well, where like they just go around killing people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they have guns and all that. The only story that's worked is Earthshock, and they still portrayed them as a bit more intelligent and threatening. I hate stories like that though, and it's the same for this one. Why are the Cybermen killing people? Aren't you meant to be converting them?
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. This is where they've gone wrong getting time and time again.
When they carry guns and all that, and this happened quite a lot in the 60s, is their second goal is to convert everyone else. Their first goal is to protect themselves, though. So they will try and convert you, but if you attack them with a gun, they will fire back because they have to protect themselves.
Yeah.
Not in this. Well, in this story, though, it's a massacre in a party. Do you know what I mean? They don't have to kill those people. They're not attacking them. They prefer to convert them. They should be.
Yeah, they're just pure evil in the in the party, and they're just pure under control. So it just does not work.
Say they're under orders, but
But they also there's just no, like I say, I keep ringing that bell. There's no intimidation factor, and it's been done time and time and again in this, and it never works. And I really do not understand how these writers don't understand that doing this does not work. It does not work. Look at the stories that do work, and then go, maybe this time I shouldn't just make him the plots. What does Hitchcock call it? I can't remember. What he calls them, but just something to be used by the plot. There's no respect there. We were talking about respect before that they should show for the Krillians. They should show that for the Cybermen. We said they don't.
You're right. I mean, there's some good stuff in the story. It's mostly in episode 1, though. I think episode 2 does kind of ruin it quite a bit, actually.
I really agree with that. The first episode, I do think the parallel thing's an interesting idea, but even then, stuff with hold on, let's get my notes up there. The stuff with like Rose and her father and her mother, that kind of angle again, it's so tiresome. It really is just a worse version of Father's Day.
Yeah, I was literally thinking that. I was like, I swear they've had this conversation about 50 billion times in season 1, which works in season 1.
Yeah.
But it's like, you're just having a conversation with Dad. It's like, oh my God, it's my dad. It's like, this Father's Day, you've already had this conversation with him.
Yeah. It's far more emotional because it was her dad. It actually was her dad. It didn't just look like a dad.
You get a bit alienated with this one. It's like, Rose, that isn't your dad. I would feel the exact same way if that was me. It's like, if I saw a parallel version of my dad, I'll be like, well, he's not my dad, is he?
You'd be a bit weirded out and maybe taken back for a second. Making the whole episode about it. Oh, give me a break.
Yeah, literally. Rose again. Oh my God.
Yeah, pretty bad in this two-parter.
Okay. The best part, which I did love, is actually the ending to this story. Oh, sorry, no. The ending to part 1, I mean.
Yeah, but then it's pretty bad the way they get out of it in the second episode.
You're right. Okay, why do you like this? Well, considering it like this, it's the same thing with the Daleks, especially the Cybermen, though. They hadn't appeared in even longer. It was like, 17 years? So when, when the Doctor, sees, the thing on the computer where, they have the antennae, the thing, that makes them stop feeling, also a human realizes Cybermen. It's brilliant, because then Rosalie's looking out of the window as well, and she's like, what the hell are they? And he's like, oh my God, I've seen them before. And they just come out, and the thing is, the whole episode, you've not seen what they look like either. And then at the end, where, it's coming, they come in unblurred through the window, and they see them as Cybermen, and then they just burst in, behind them. Yeah. That was done well. Mm-hmm. It does, and then they start killing everyone, which, okay. Fine. And there's a bit of continuity errors when they start running out of the thing, because they start running, and it happens like 3 times where they're running away, and then they just realise there's Cybermen right in front of them, but it's like, you're in a field, how did you not see them? There's you were running that direction. Honestly, go back, and then they'll go oh, which way's out? And it goes, the side gate, and he's like, okay, who are you? And they're just running, and then oh my God, Cybermen are there. It's like, you were running in that direction. How did you not see them?
It's true. Yeah.
But no, I mean, I hate when they kept going delete.
Yeah.
And it's just you want us to do something. The thing is, Russell wrote this episode. It's clear he loves the Daleks. It's very clear when he's writing for the Daleks. He's like, I love them. And with the Cybermen, it's clear that he doesn't fully get them.
It's a shame, he's such a good writer as well.
Doctor Who writer. But he's clearly he's seen the Cybermen from the 70s and the 80s. And he's like, okay, this is what Cybermen should be like.
It doesn't seem as important. They really are, though. They've had significantly less good episodes as Daleks.
Oh my God, I've got a theory.
The concept's amazing. Go ahead.
I've got a theory. So, in the 70s, there's one Cybermen story in the 70s, which is terrible, Revenge of the Cybermen. Again, Cybermen are portrayed like these lot. and like in the new series. Then in the 80s, they're all the exact same. The only good story is Earthshock, and they are still portrayed the exact same as like robots and all that. So you'd think, okay, why is the 60s not the template? Then I just realised that there's only one fully recovered Cyberman story from the 60s.
But it's so well received. Everyone talks about it all the time. It should only take one.
Yeah, well, I think you're not thinking the same one. It's Tomb of the Cybermen, actually, which is still it's considered the best one. 10th Planet's actually missing its final episode.
Yeah, but does it matter?
In my opinion, it shouldn't. But I'm thinking now. So all these writers, when they go back in the classic series, maybe they skip through the 60s. Like if a story's missing, they just won't watch it.
I think that's pathetic. Even if it was a show I didn't care for too much, I'd look into it in full detail. There's dedicated fans of that show. I'd put in full effort. If you're not, it's not an excuse that there's an odd episode missing. It's pathetic. Get a hold of yourself. Watch it, study them, don't create them as robots. I'm sick of seeing them as robots.
I'm thinking that's true. I think that is what I think my friend's right, actually, because all these writers are probably not too fans in the classic series, but in like the 80s and the 70s. So when they write for the Cybermen, they're like, okay, like say Russell, like he obviously watched it during the 70s and 80s. So every single time the Cybermen showed up, he probably. That's what he thought the Cybermen were. Do you know what I mean? How they should be portrayed. And then you look at all the other writers, Moffat, some other people, like they obviously thought that's what they should be portrayed as. And it's got to be because, in my opinion, there's a gap between the invasion from the 60s to World Enough in Time. That's the thing. Since the 60s, the only story that I think actually portrays the Cybermen well is World Enough in Time.
Yeah, I agree.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. It's completely exhausts me. I don't think there's an excuse. I think you're right, but I don't think there's an excuse at all.
And it's not an excuse. I just think that's the theory there.
It's probably true.
Yeah.
Especially considering how much we see it. Especially if there's also a new writer writing it. They're probably just going to look at New Who as well.
Oh yeah, that's the thing now. Yeah, I mean, look at Chip. The thing is, Chip, when he did that interview as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about it. He was a kid in the 80s, so he was clearly saw all those Cyberman stories in the 80s. Do you know what I mean? So when he was writing for it in his era, I think you've seen the episode. The lone Cyberman. Obviously, he wrote it like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, for God's sake. I'm probably right there. Ugh. You know what? Yes, that's probably happened as well. Moffat probably because the thing is, Peter Capaldi wanted to face the Mondasian versions, so Moffat probably went and watched the 10th Planet again, and he went, "Oh wow, these are portrayed a bit differently." So he just wrote a story like that. You know what I mean?
I'm glad he did. I'm really glad he did.
I'm really glad he did. I love that story. I can't wait to get to that one.
Yeah.
This one though. There's nothing more I can say about it.
I've got a few things. I've got to say some positives that I've been bashing it. I've still got some negative things to say. But I got some positives. They portray Ricky as Mickey's alternate. They portray Ricky as the most wanted. I love the twist in the second episode. He's the most wanted for parking tickets. That's just really funny.
That's funny. I realised recently as well, again, Ricky, it's what the Ninth Doctor called him. Your name's Ricky. He's like, no, my name's Mickey. He's like, no, you think
that's true.
That's stupid, aren't you?
That's true.
Called him Ricky, and then you look at Ricky in this one. It's a nice parallel, isn't it?
That's pretty good, that. If only Nine was there. Oh, that's amazing.
I found it fun. I couldn't stop laughing with 10 when Rose was a dog in this universe. I couldn't stop laughing as well with it. And of course, Rose's face as well. He was saying, "Shut the fuck up." And Tim was like, I'm sorry, Rose. Rose again in this story. Just
I did note that she got worse in the second episode. And Rose's dad is so lame in this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm so glad he never came back after Doomsday.
Yeah. It's such a shame because it's fantastic in Father's Day.
Yeah, please don't. Ever again.
It's such a shame as well because he was so good in Father's Day.
Yes, he was as well, but he should have stayed dead.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the episode.
Yeah. There's a perfect goodbye, and you have to bring him back.
Yeah, and a fairy tale again. It's something Moffat would do.
Yeah. But I did note another amazing use of space in for horror and stuff in this episode, where Ten and some randomer he's with are going through the corridor. They're going through that tight corridor with the Cybermen which aren't activated yet, and then they're activated and they're all waking up in like a domino pattern, and they're trying to get through. That is terrifying and amazing.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with all these. Even if even all these negatives, it's still the Russell era. There's still elements that are really good. You know what I mean? You can see they're trying.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? And the thing is, most of my problems are how the Cybermen are portrayed. It's very clear that's how they think they should be portrayed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm blaming the 80s and 70s for screwing them up. Actually, this is J&T's fault. Everything's J&T's fault.
Well, you have to take responsibility, but it's clear that Russell T is talented. We already know this, and even in his worst episodes, there's still moments. There really is, and. That was an amazing scene.
What about the scene where even though we're saying they're robots, there is actually still, even in this story, there's still a bit where where they disable one of them, and the Cybermen are on the floor, and you find out you already know it's a human. Do you know what I mean? But then it starts going, "I'm so cold. Where am I?" Do you know what I mean? And then you find out it's a woman before a wedding night. You're like, damn. There's not that many things in other Cybermen stories like that. Do you know what I mean? I just gotta appreciate it that it occasionally shows up again.
We got it.
Yeah. Like, you look at like Closing Time or like The Next Doctor. Oh god, that episode's even worse. And even like what was it, Nightmare on Silver? You get no scenes like that.
Yeah, exactly. I also noted that I didn't mind Rose infiltrating, pretending to be a Cyberman. It's a nice idea. It was not very well executed, especially as the more of that scene went on. But the idea that they're trying to pretend to have no emotions, I thought it was okay. Yeah, and I did also find it funny where, here we go, there's another example of Ten calling Mickey an idiot. He has to communicate with Mickey, who sends a code. He goes, any idiot, and then there's just an amazing moment where Mickey's eyes light up with recognition. Yeah. He knows he's talking about it.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Like a dog.
Yeah, like a dog. Like it's in there. Amazing.
I do quite hate the ending though.
I completely agree.
Okay, one. So Lumi gets converted, and I thought it was brilliant when he goes, yeah, he's been converted, and Ten just goes, oh, so he's just like you. That's brilliant. That's so good. That's a great ending.
Yeah.
He just ends up like all of the rest. But no, he has to be in that massive throne. You know what I mean? Like, ruins it completely.
Very Russell T. That. Also the very ending where Mickey stays in a parallel universe. It was so unemotional. I just didn't feel anything. Yeah. And they're trying to make you feel bad for Rose and Mickey. There's not been anything there since the first couple there. The first episode. That's about it.
Yeah.
There was no... I didn't care. I wanted the episode to end.
That's just like the phone. They just put the phone in the socket as well. That's what killed them. It was a bit... Yeah. I was expecting a bit more than that. A bit more intelligent.
Two bad cop-outs in that episode. The cop-out from the episode 1 cliffhanger and the cop-out there. Pretty bad.
Yeah, just like, what's it? Just like a code in the computer ends up like destroying it all. Like, why is that even there?
Yeah, is that good?
Oh god, so bad. What would you give the episode then?
I'll give. Oh, one more thing. I love. I love Ten dressed up as a servant. He's so well dressed.
Good outfit,
yeah. Ten has so many good outfits. But I give. What's the first episode called? Rise of Cybermen. I've had Age of Steel up for so long. Rise of Cybermen, I give a 5 out of 10, and Age of Steel, I give a 2, which is very kind of me.
Wow, I didn't realize how much I hate these two partners. I'm going to give Rise of Cybermen a 7, and I'm going to give Age of Steel a 5.
Okay, we both agree that Age of Steel is worse.
Quite a bit, yeah. See, you know what it is as well with episode 7, most of it, the fact that the Cybermen aren't even in it that much, you know what I mean? So the episode itself actually makes it seem a lot more better. Like, the premise probably shouldn't have had them in it.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. And it is exciting, like you said, when he finds out it's a Cyberman. That's a good moment, but it doesn't mean that it carries on.
I like the scenes where like all the homeless people are getting taken off the streets and all that. You know what I mean? So it's clearly something going on. You know, it's a good setup I found.
Wow, Keane, you just hate homeless people.
No, I mean it's scary.
It is scary. It is. Although I will say I didn't even know that. Well, I did know it. I didn't say it somehow. The parallel people are so awful. They're garbage. The characters are terrible.
I guess that's the point, though. Like, this is a more stupid version of our world.
No, but they're just so unlikable.
Yeah, that's true.
And that guy with the terrible haircut, I don't know his name, but the guy that Mickey stays with in the parallel universe, so lame.
I did find it funny at the end where he's like, I'll never have a boyfriend like him. Mickey's like,
and also his acting at Ricky's death was terrible. Terrible performance.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, that's all I have to say.
Yeah. So we're on Idiot's Lantern then.
Oh, one more. I told you I noted a lot for this episode. 10 does have a really good line in this. About when he says about humans, it's like they want to be taken over. The moment they get it, they just they just accept it, and that just becomes truer by the day.
Yeah, it is good. It's good. Yeah, it's a good line. That.
Yeah. Rightio, it's on to the Idiot's Lantern. Hold on. The Idiot's Lantern. As the coronation of Elizabeth II nears, the streets of London live in fear. Faceless people are stolen from their homes in the night, and something evil is lurking in the television. Bit of a short one. Yeah. They're all varying.
Yeah, it's just basically like the episode. So anticlimactic. There was nothing built up anyway. Okay, so Rose is terrible in this. Genuinely so annoying. Ken and Rose, actually. I can't stand them in this episode. Might be the worst one I've actually seen. It's like the pinnacle. It's like everything that this season. They just represent the worst of what they've did this season.
I am a proud supporter, the only supporter of the Idiot's Lantern.
Are you?
Yeah.
Wow. What was Roy Jennings? Is it just like a guilty pleasure? Because you're funny, you're bad at acting years.
No, that was actually pretty bad. But I've got to say, I'm glad he continued acting with his YouTube channel.
Oh my! I can't believe he's in this.
The acting is pretty bad from Rory and his entire family in this episode. And it is way too on the nose, but I love this episode. The concept is fantastic. The woman who's saying, "Are you sitting comfortably?" is just terrifying. It gets under my skin. I don't know why, but I love it. The faceless people it gets under my skin. There's something about it. I find the British scary. As a British man myself, I find the
I find them obnoxious, and this is why I find this episode obnoxious.
I loved it. Contrary to how you felt, I actually really liked Ten and Rose in this. Don't worry, this isn't where the 10 becomes Doctor for me.
Oh my god, I was
It's not. I think 10's personality is starting to flare up a bit more. He's definitely not close to where the Doctor is.
Oh my god, when does 10 become the Doctor? Because there's not that many episodes left, and if you say Doomsday, I'm going to literally end this call.
It's not Doomsday, don't worry.
I'm just thinking now, there's only 4 stories left.
There is. But it's not the Idiot's Lantern.
It's even worse when you say Love and Monsters. Yeah, when he confronts Peter Kay, that moment I knew, oh god, he was the Doctor.
I knew he would also end up being one of the best to do it.
This episode, what were you saying about this? This episode.
I really do love it. I think it's quite simple, but it just executes it really well. I love the concept. It plays so well with that. So many, people were really glued to their TV for the coronation. It was the most viewership they had saw. They take it to the extra length, and Rose is saying early in the episodes, "This is a bit much. There's not. Why is there this many aerials?" Works perfectly, and being glued to the screen literally I love it. I think Rose is really.
I don't like the execution.
I loved it. I loved the execution. I think it works perfectly. I think Rose is finally smart in this episode. I think sometimes she wanders about and isn't very clever. I think she's smart in this one. She figures it out before the Doctor, which I liked. I liked Rose in this. For once, this might be the first episode which I like Rose in.
This is the word I hate her, so I can't stand it.
I'm referring to season 2 when I said the first episode I like Rose in, obviously. Just want to clarify that. But I do think...
Oh.
Sorry.
I said, oh, yeah.
Alright. It cut off, sorry. It just said, oh. Yeah. There's a lot of plot holes. Definitely. Well, plot holes isn't the right word, but there's a lot wrong with the fact that she's gotten this guy to do it for him, and he kind of just submitted so easily is a bit. The whole thing with Rory Jennings' family is just bad.
You actually think that's actually his mum and dad?
No. I don't know that actual name, so I don't know the Rory Jennings' character name. Is it Jimmy or something? I'm gonna refer to him as Rory Jennings from now on. I didn't realise he was in the episode that much. It's crazy. He has so many lines, and he performs every single one of them poorly.
Yeah. All of them were pretty bad, to be fair, though.
All of their family were pretty bad. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, all the other characters as well.
I disagree. I like the police officer actually, and I like that they kind of twisted it that it wasn't the police being sketchy; it was the whole thing surrounding it. I liked it. Although, did they ever come back to the police officer? He's become faceless, and they kind of. I thought he was going to go. Where's he gone? No, they just carry on. And I was like, huh? But
yeah. I hate this filler of an episode. It's just mess. It's disgusting.
We're on the opposite ends of the spectrum there.
Yeah. I don't really care about the coronation. event. I thought it was pretty terrible, actually. You could have thought about any other events more interesting than that.
I think it works so well because it is about being glued to television. I also like that they were going to visit a film studio anyway. Again, it works.
I thought the ending was terrible. Again, so rushed.
Was a bit. I agree. Like I said, I think there's quite a few holes in this plot. They kind of rush over some things.
Stupid. It was The Wire. Is that the villain's name? The Wire.
I don't actually know. I liked the villain though.
I thought it was terrible. There was this piece of electricity that goes to TVs. I don't know. I thought it was terrible.
It's so simple. I liked it. So what we know is that everything I like about it, you hate.
I also hate. It's just the woman as well. She was hungry. It's terrible.
That's one part I didn't like. I wish she would stop being so hungry. But other than that, I liked her. Yeah, I don't have too much to say because look, I'm not giving it a 10. I'm not gonna support everything about it. I wouldn't say it's a guilty pleasure because I also don't agree. I don't believe in guilty pleasures. You know that. I think it does what it intends to do well, and I think it executes it well, and I think it's a good idea, and I think for the most part it's executed well. I like Rose and Tenderness for once. Well, for the first time in Ten's run. Well, for one of the first times in this run. And yeah, I think it works well. It's one of the few Britain-based episodes in Russell T's era that I like. So that is also revolving around Britain, not just it's in Britain.
What are you going to give it out of 10?
I'm giving it a 7. Close to an 8.
I'm going to give it a 2.
Oh, not a 1. I thought he was going to give it a 1 there.
Oh, it was close to a
1. Why not a 1 then? I want to hear you say some positive stuff about the Idiot's Lantern.
David Tennant's pretty good.
Yes!
Yeah, David Tennant always lights up the room like that, you know. Not like that. He's good at acting, you know, he's good at playing the Doctor.
You could say he's the Lantern in this episode.
Oh my god.
So what I'm gonna do with this episode is I'm gonna just cut the bit where you say David Tennant was pretty good in this episode. Then I'm gonna have the whole bit where I'm talking, and then I'm gonna go to the ratings, and I'm just gonna cut it to the Fireplace episode where we both agree it's a 10.
Okay.
Alright, that's all I have to say. How about you?
What did you say?
That's all I have to say about the episode. How about you?
What else was there? I hated Rose's outfit. It was cringe.
I liked it.
No. He's so average at writing episodes. And this is probably his worst one as well. He's had like one good episode.
What was that?
Doctor Who career. What did you say?
What was his best one?
Let me think real quick. Probably Robots of Sherwood, maybe.
Wow, that guy is the greatest writer of all time. Alright, yeah, should we move on?
Yeah, let's move to my favourite episode of this season. 2-part.
I keep forgetting to mute the clips at the start, so it just goes, and I've put it in slow motion so the trailer plays out, and all I hear is just for a second. Anyway, yeah, the Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit. Hold on. I'm just going to read out the Impossible Planet.
Yeah, do that.
I'm starting to need a wee. I might have to pause it after this episode. I'm going to cut that out of this episode, don't worry. The one thing the Doctor always keeps near is the TARDIS.
So losing it in a black hole somewhere in deep space is a bit of a worry. Not least, he says, because without it, he'll have to settle down and get... What? I'm going to have to not read that one. That's a terrible plot summary, sorry. What is that? That was written by James Rackman. Please never write again.
It's like me saying the Doctor and the Rose arrive on a space station. And the space station has people on it and aliens. The Doctor does a thing.
Is that good? Oh, yeah, that was pretty bad. Sorry. The Doctor and Rose arrive on a planet that should not be here. It's on the edge of a black hole. The answer seems to lie in a counterbalancing gravitational force emitted by the planet. The human scientists are there to study the phenomenon and are assisted by the subversive race of beings known as the Ood. The surface of the planet, they're not human, they're beings. These descriptions are pretty bad. The surface of the planet is unstable, and a TARDIS vanishes into a pit. It soon becomes clear that here is a creature of some sort living in the pit, and that the Ood are not the benevolent creatures that they at first appear to be. Maybe one day I'll learn how to speak.
Is that it?
Yeah, that is it. We got there.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question right now.
Mm-hmm.
What was the first ever Doctor Who new series episode that is set on a planet that's not Earth-like at all, and that's not on a spaceship orbiting Earth?
I don't know.
It's this episode.
Oh.
How crazy is that? Think about it. Season 1 and up to now, Season 2, never had an alien planet on it.
That's true.
How ridiculous is that? I actually kind of annoyed me a bit, actually. The classic series was like full of them, like every single week. Like you'd be lucky to get an Earth story. Do you know what I mean?
That's how it should be. Earth isn't that important in the grand scheme of things, and London isn't. London definitely isn't.
Exactly, and it gets on my. Oh my god! Like, okay, Season 1 was like fully set on Earth. Like the only one was like End of the World, where it was like on a space station.
Yeah.
And then
and that was about Earth still.
Yeah, and then also like Satellite Cyber, so still Earth. Again, New Earth is a different planet, but it's still Earth, though. Do you know what I mean? It's basically like saying, oh, the Champions League wasn't the European Cup. Do you know what I mean? or the Premier League wasn't the league title back then. You know, it wasn't the Championship. They don't count. Do you know? It's like that. Do you know? It's just a refurbished Earth.
Exactly. So City have won a Champions League.
I know. This was the first alien planet. Like, so weird. Like, to me, I can't believe it's on so long. And also, if I'm correct as well, I don't think Season 3 has an alien planet either.
The moon?
The moon? No, that doesn't count.
Why not? Why not?
Orbiting around Earth.
That's true. Okay.
You know what? And then I think about it, and then like Season 4 has like 3 alien planets, or like 4.
Yeah.
Because you have the Ood Sphere, you have Midnight, you have the library. Like, oh my god, there you go. And then of course, I mean, it's not on Earth, but Stolen Earth Journey's End has like 26 planets. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's why that's another reason why Season 4 is so good. It just feels a bit more fleshed out. Like the universe, not just set on Earth constantly.
The show is about an alien with a spaceship that can go anywhere. The fact that these showrunners often limit themselves to Earth and to London, or where's it based in again? In Sheffield, in Jodie's era. Stop being so lame and have fun with it, man.
Honestly, like, I think that was like a big deal about, you know, when like the third Doctor got his TARDIS back.
Yeah.
Well, when TARDIS back, he was actively trying to leave. He was trying to leave uni. He was like, oh, Joe Grant, I'm so sick of this. Like, why do I can't keep chasing the Brigadier around? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm an alien. The universe is massive. I need to go places.
It's weird that 9 never got agitated once. 10 doesn't get agitated.
I know. It just gets so much. So, the thing is, in dialogue, they say they go to all these different planets. Like Rosen, but they don't. This is the first time we see them on an alien planet. And it's brilliant. I must say, I really do like the look of this planet. Of course, they don't really. It's set on a base on the planet, but of course you can see the outside of it. I think it looks really well.
Yeah.
Of course, it's also the type of Doctor I love as well. Based on the Siege, love it. Love that formula, especially when like it's not done that much as well. Do you know what I mean? Well, it happens rarely nowadays. So you know, I take it. Do you know what I mean? The base looks so cool as well.
It does.
The production,
I love that. Yeah, I love all the mise en scène in this episode. I don't know. I feel like I know the base too. I feel like I know my way around it watching it. I love when I can do that. Sorry, I keep interrupting you, but I was saying about how I loved. Well, I didn't love it, but I enjoyed watching the new film 65 because they go around exploring the planet. I want to know the setting. I want to know where I am. I want to know my surroundings. I want to feel like I'm the characters, and especially if it's a 2-parter where you're spending time in that place, I feel like I should know it a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a wonderful set as well. So
I love it. It's one of my favourites probably. It's also the first time the yellow spacesuit is used.
Yeah,
which keeps showing up. It actually showed up again in Power of the Doctor. 13 time they wore it. One of the Doctors realised, oh yeah, I got it off that space station with the devil. Maybe I should take it back. I probably shouldn't do that because it fell in a black hole. Never mind. I love the idea that it's orbiting a black hole and it could just fall in anything. It just puts you in a sense of it just feels like they're on the verge of dying. Do you know what I mean? Something like danger's constantly around them, like they're overlooking danger constantly.
Yeah. Well, I didn't like this episode when I first watched it. And when I rewatched it, I completely forgot that was the thing.
Or did you not watch it again? Rewatch it?
No, I rewatched it. On my rewatch, I completely forgot that was the thing. Obviously, I remember good portions of the episode. My memory's not that frail, but I did forget the black hole thing. I don't know how, but I did.
Yeah.
So it is somewhat frail, but and that just I was like, wow, that is incredible. Like you said, that constant the Doctor's shock is amazing. I mean, look. Tennant is just such a fantastic actor, even from New Earth, which is a terrible episode, and 10 isn't all there yet. It's still a fantastic performer, and his facial expression when he sees that black hole, he's like, how? And that threat of death, right? You're facing death. Right,
and it puts you off as well because it's this doesn't make sense. We should be falling in the black hole. How are we here? It makes no sense.
Yeah,
the whole place is just off. It feels off.
And there's that horrible confusion of why is the TARDIS got us here? This is the worst place for.
Yeah, of course it falls down as well. And they have to realise that they might not get home. Do you know what I mean? The TARDIS might be lost forever.
And what a I mean, that's already an awful thing. But the fact that it's going to be there. Oh. Of course, they say they'll offer the Moleth back. Still doesn't resolve the issue of not having the TARDIS, which is a horrible fall.
Literally.
But the fact they're going to be there for the meantime, on the edge of death.
Yeah, they might not even get it off the planet alive.
Exactly.
There's no escape. Basically. It's almost like fate. Do you know what I mean? Symbolising fate. I want to look at the opening as well, where the Ood say, "We must feed, we must feed," and they're like, and the Doctor, and I was like, "Oh my god, what a great opening!" And they changed it to, "Sorry, we must feed you. Would you like any refreshment?" I was like, "That's brilliant! What a great way to, what a great pop out! I love it."
I gotta say, Keane, that was an amazing impression.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love the Ood. One of my favourite things to come out New Who.
Yeah, they were so good in this episode as well. They were so frightening.
Yeah.
In this episode. Like, when they start getting possessed as well. When they start killing, oh my god. Just the case as well. Episode 1, where they just, like, constantly keep hearing, like, you know, the he is awake. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's so good. I love it so much. Just the, like, we don't exactly know what the threat is to start with, but then you just hear, like, voices like Toby. Like, someone's, like, whispering the voice, like someone's whispering their name in the background, like Toby. It's just like, oh my god, it's like so scary. Yeah, I actually felt scared in this episode, and it's how is this more scary than other horror films?
Well, I mean, that's very, very, very true and a good question. But also, relate it to the Cyberman episode. There's a lot of similarities, but one goes horribly wrong. The other goes really well. There's, again, the threat of the episode is under control from a higher being, and it's done completely different. The Ood are terrifying, and everyone is intimidated by them when they're under the control. But you also do sympathise with them because they're under control, because it's not their fault. When they all die at the end, you don't feel happy. The Cybermen, of course, what they are ultimately is terrifying, and you don't really want to be around them. But when they do die, it's a human completely gone. They're already not quite there anyway because their soul's been taken, but still, you gotta believe there's something in there. Like you were saying with the 10th planet design, there's still bits of human even actually there, present. So,
and I think what you're saying there is it's done so well with the Ood because they were so nice in the first episode. Do you know what I mean? Like when it starts off, it's like, we must feed you. Would you like any refreshments? Do you know what I mean? Like they're being so kind. Do you know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
the innocent.
Like they're slaves. Do you know what I mean? And then they rise up. Do you know what I mean? And then but at the end when they die, you're like, oh man, it wasn't their fault. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. They state that. They put it. They make that very, very clear that they weren't. That wasn't intentional from them. They're slaves. They're slaves.
Literally.
And you can even it's done multiple times in this episode because obviously I'm terrible with names, but the guy who gets possessed from the codes that gets all the writing all on his face.
Toby.
Yeah, Toby. Again, he doesn't mean to do all the stuff that he does and say all the stuff that he says. When the other guy wants to shoot him and Rose stops him, you feel that sympathy for the guy despite what he's been when he's under control. And the Cyberman episode gets that completely wrong, and the Impossible Planet and Saint Pitt gets it completely right.
Yeah, the thing is with Toby as well, you feel sympathy for them, but you know he's already dead.
Yeah,
his body's already been taken over. He's already too far gone. You know, he's already dead.
Exactly.
The beast is just acting like it. Oh, I want to talk about. There's so much stuff about this episode. Oh my god! Just like the captain, he was. It's weird. There's like 8 characters in this story. Like they all have like their own personal story arcs.
Yeah.
And I thought they were all achieved like really well. The captain like scared of command. Do you know what I mean?
And Ten has a nice talk with him as well. I really enjoyed.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. There's a scene where Rose 10 they go into the Ood habitation area, whatever it's called. Yeah. And basically, they talk about that, and Ood said something weird. So, because Rose got a call saying, he is awake.
Yeah. And
then when they say he's awake, and then like the Ood just look at him and going, "You will worship him."
Yeah.
Oh my god, he just completely freaks out. And then, okay. For what I remembered next was Toby gets possessed, and that scene's brilliant. Where he's like, "Toby, I am behind you. Don't look. Don't look.
Yeah.
Don't look back." And oh my god, it's just like it's brilliant. It's playing with your imagination. You can't see what it is.
Yeah, and also
Small.
it plays with the audience as well, because you're going, I would so look. I want to look. The camera's not turning round. Yeah, carry on.
And then, like, when it looks on like Toby's face, it's like their shoulders like blocking like exactly where it should be. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're like, oh my god, and then he's like, I'm going to, and he finally looks behind and nothing's there.
Yeah, and you're like,
and
he's made a mistake.
And then like the writing come onto him, and you're like, oh god.
Yeah. There's also
and then he's out. Oh my, it's so weird when he's outside. And then, like, the woman sees him and he's like smiling. Do you know what I mean?
It's terrifying.
He's just smiling. I've got the image of it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's so disturbing. And then of course he kills her. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's putting his hand out and she puts her hand out and she's like, no, we're not. And it's just, she knows something's wrong. And then he just kills her. Wow.
Yeah, when she's trying to get back in.
What did you say?
When she's trying to get back in, to get through the door. She's trying to get through the door before he breaks through the window. And, oh, man. I was also thinking when you mentioned the, with the huge responding, to the he is awake. When he leans over the barrier, doesn't he? And he says it again. And then, who worship who?
Who's speaking to you? Yeah, oh my god, the first episode sets up so well. It's so good.
Yeah.
There's like so many. It's like almost every scene, and then of course the drilling stops, so they go down, and you are like, by that point, what the hell is down there?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening on it from? Who is this guy who's just possessed them? So it's just like. So they go down there, and then they see that city, like that ancient city. Oh, we're not even talking about this. So the writing, the TARDIS can't even translate it. So at first off, you're like, oh my god, what is this thing?
Yeah.
So it sets the mood, doesn't it? Everything, like the first 5 minutes just sets the mood over. Like everything feels off.
And yeah, but it's so rare that the TARDIS can't translate it. And he goes, it's just so old. It's like,
it's just impossibly
how old does it have to be? Yeah, impossibly old. It's like, yeah, how is it that old? What is going on? This has got to be something big.
And then they see that ancient city. You're like, what the hell is this place? Then they see the pit.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my god, what is in that pit? Oh my god.
And then
the end, where Rose says, did you manage to decode it? And the guy, then you just hear Toby's voice, and it's like a different voice. He's like, I know what it says. And it's just completely different. It's more sinister. And then he wakes up and he's got his eyes again red, and the text. And he's like, and he goes, these are the words of the beast. And he taunts the guard, and he goes, do you think your wife forgave you? And he goes, and you can see on his face, like, he's like, how the hell do you know that? But he's like, I don't know what he's talking about. And he goes, let me tell you a secret. She never did. And he just completely, you just gave him like years of backstory that you can understand in just 1 second.
Yeah, that's a lot of talent.
Oh god, I love this. I love the first part of this. I love it. I love the second part. I'm trying to do the first part and second part, separate them. Do you know what I mean? Because I want to talk about every single thing in every single one.
I'm really struggling to do that because it's like when you watch that episode, there's an overwhelming amount of wow. When you mentioned when they go to the pit and see it, Ten's temptation to go in, and he has that little speech, doesn't he? So it's that thing in the back of your mind. Yeah, go on, do it.
Yeah, I can completely relate.
Yeah.
I mean, the conversation is so good with whether you speak through the comms, and then he. Oh yeah, also there's just the occasional words that he's speaking, but they're not listening to him. But he goes. So, what I love about this episode is we don't actually know what it was.
Yeah.
I love the messaging about it. The beam claims he is Satan. We don't know if he actually is, though.
Yeah.
Well, then there's also the question of what actually is Satan, because maybe he is. Because the doctor says, "So what? You're the myth behind you're the truth behind the myth."
Yeah.
You're so the Satan's just a legend. Do Do you know what I mean? The story itself is more powerful than the actual being itself, and that's what represents. The mind of the devil is in this guy, and if that escapes, that's the more scary part than the actual beast itself.
Yeah.
And the episode completely plays on religion as well, and faith. I think that's done so well. Like, every single character have, like, their own sort of personal faith and all that, and religion.
It's incredible that stuff like that comes out of a show, just a science fiction show, and it really shows the potential of every episode that you can play with. Like you said, the fact that it plays with not who is it, but even if it claims who it is, what is that? What does it really mean? It's absolutely incredible. It's the kind of stuff you see in like an Andrei Tarkovsky film where he's discussing life and death, or a Bergman film. It is absolutely sensational.
Yeah, I mean, like, so what? I know, just like what we don't even know what it is in the end. We don't even find out.
As we shouldn't.
Yeah, as we should. And then, we'll talk about that in the end. But like, when they're talking like over the comms, and then the doctor's actually talking to him, and the devil, I'm calling him the devil, the beast, calls him. He says, "Oh yeah, you know me." He's like, "How did you end up on this rock?" And he goes, "Oh, the disciples of the light imprisoned me." And he's like, "Okay, well, like when?" He's like, "Before time." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Before time," and he says like before like the cataclysm or something like that, or like before the Big Bang or something. And the doctor says that's impossible. Later in the episode, when he's speaking to her, he's like, "You see, the thing is, if he said he was beyond the universe, I would have believed him. But before the universe, I just can't believe it because that's my faith, that's my belief."
Yeah.
And he says, "I guess that's the reason why I travel, to be proven wrong."
Didn't they say, "Is that your faith then, Doctor?" Something after that.
Oh, of course he does as well. Yeah. The devil goes, "Is that your faith, Doctor?" And he goes, "Oh yeah." The doctor goes, "Oh yeah." I guess he said. Then he realizes he got him. He's like, "Oh yeah, I guess it's a belief."
A few episodes ago was the Cybermen episode, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, the episode before was that terrible TV one.
No.
Here we are. Well, season 2. Oh, I mean, I actually don't mind Rose in this one. She has to take a bit of initiative in when she's up when the doctor's lost.
2 episodes in a row where she does have initiative. This one, more again. But she's really starting to come to her own character again. I think in the opening episodes, even in some of the good ones, she's just not Rose, and she's also just not a character. She's kind of just played with as a weird love interest. And while it's still a love interest, she is her own character again. It's really nice to see. And in an episode where all the characters are so strong, it's amazing that the companion is strong as well. It's a bonus. It's not a bonus. It should be the Doctor and the companion are always strong. I think every character should always be strong, but the guarantee should be the Doctor and the companion are strong. They should be what you expect, and the companion shouldn't be a bumbling idiot or completely incapable. They can have their faults, of course, like the Doctor has.
Yeah.
But they should be able to hold their own. That's what everyone loves. We're not going to get into season 4, but that's what everyone loves about Donna and stuff like that, you know? So
exactly.
You're right. Rose really does hold her own in this. So it's great.
You can tell she's learned a lot as well from the Doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, I love all the side characters. I'm just terrible with names anyway, but
same.
I remember every single one of them. Do you know what I mean? I remember the soldier who died in the tunnel.
Yeah.
I remember the captain. I remember Toby. I remember the little kid. I remember the girl who went down with Ten to see the city. I love that little side plot. What's most of the episode where like they have to like go through the vents. It's really like they have to like go through the doors and they have to like wait. Then they have to wait until I open one up and the guard doesn't get through. It's so good. It really gets me tense. Those scenes. I love it.
I was ready to mention it again. Season 2's weird, amazing use of space for fear. That vent scene where the Ood are in the vent and it's crawling towards the camera. Ugh, it is terrifying.
It is.
I don't know why where Russell T decided to all of a sudden use space like he does in this. He does use it a bit in season 1, but it seems to be apparent like at least once pretty much every episode. There's a couple you can skip, but again in this, that event scene is horrifying. I actually do remember that a little bit when I was younger.
Yeah, it's just because the main part of episode 2, like the actual. What's most famous for, which we're about to get onto now, which I can't wait, is the devil part. But yeah, that's actually most of the episode though, where they're just crawling through the vents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should we talk about the devil? Should we talk about the beast scene then, where the Doctor finally confronts him?
Oh yeah.
So he lands and he's got air down there. So you're like, okay, what the hell? You're like, okay, what is this thing? And then there's like a caveman thing on the walls explaining like a story or whatever. And again, more questions. Like, what the hell? Like the more answers we get, there's way more questions.
I also love that. Sorry to cut you off again there, but I also love that he is getting some answers, but then he can't talk to the girl upstairs, and Rose isn't with him, so he's got all these answers that he wants to share. You can see him struggling.
Yeah. So he's like, and then he finds out there's people who are fighting him. The devil refers to them as the apprentices of the Elite or whatever, or something like that. So you're like, who the hell are those people as well? Who the hell are they?
Yeah.
Because they're the ones who actually built the prison and had air down there as well. So of course he then meets the beast, and you're like, oh my god! You see that thing? He's like a massive person. He looks like the representation of the devil itself, but he's massive.
Exactly, yeah.
And then of course he's speaking to him, but the devil's not speaking back. And that's when the Doctor realises that the mind has actually escaped, and it's actually been up there the whole time. And that's the plan. The plan is for the mind to escape, the idea. And he realises that's the thing that's the worst part. And he's like, what you are is just a physical form, but you're not the actual dangerous part. And then he realises what he has to do. The devil threatens that Rose will die as well. And I was like, normally, like, people go, I can't, but the Doctor just goes, yeah, I would though. And he just breaks the bar.
And I'm proud to say, this is the episode where Ten becomes a Doctor for me. It is.
I'm happy you said that, because I actually thought you were still going to dislike this episode.
Yeah, I didn't like it when I first saw it. I can see why though this time. I can. I do get what I was getting at. I think I was incredibly sensitive to anything weird. A few years ago, my favourite films were like Spider-Verse and Dark Knight and Social Network. Still great films.
Yeah.
But, now some of my favourite films are like Naked Lunch and Scott Pilgrim and a lot of Crony.
When we got to like past like the Idiot's Line, or like at least past like A Girl in the Fireplace, I was like, oh my god, is he going to say The Impossible Planet? Yeah. Although I do think he got it in School Reunion. I can see why you're saying this. I think it is one of his best performances, Ten in this one.
Yeah.
Especially when he confronts the devil. It's brilliant. I've rewatched that scene so many times.
I love School Reunion. I gave it a 10. I don't have a problem with Tennant's performance. I just didn't see... It didn't have it for me. It really didn't, and it didn't follow through for me. Of course, after this episode, which we'll get into later, it follows with Love and Monsters. But I don't think the Doctor disappears from then on. I think it does continue, and we do have a problem. There's no better episodes after this episode. In this season. In this season, for season 2. There's no better episode after this episode. But the Doctor stays strong throughout, I think, after this. Not just Ten's personality, which I think really is apparent after
After from school reunion, I think I get what 10 is. I just don't see 10 being the Doctor throughout until Impossible Planet.
Okay, I can see that, and I do find it ironic that both of the times, and even with 9 as well, but both of our picks were when the Doctor confronts one of the villains. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, the whole. I'm guessing for you, it's the same with the Beast when he finally confronts the Beast.
It's actually just for Impossible Planet. I mean, just in the Satan Pit, the confrontation is massive, and of course, it's a really strong statement. It's very Doctor. It's very Doctor, but I think just the way he carries himself through Impossible Planet, I can't exactly point my finger on it. It's very easy to point my finger on that confrontation because it is fantastic, and yeah, it's a brilliant. But before that, he is the Doctor for me in the Impossible Planet.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I think we've covered everything. The ending was great. When he finally finds the TARDIS, and you're like, yeah, of course it was going to be down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love David Tennant's reaction as well. He's just laughing. He's like, he's had so much bad luck throughout the whole episode, you know. But the black hole there, having to do with the devil, you know, his whole belief system has been thrown out the window. TARDIS is lost. At the end, he finds it.
Yeah. Wow.
So, is there anything else we've missed?
No, I just want to mention that. Do you think this episode kind of put the season in a bad place accidentally? That how do you get more interesting, especially with how badly the Torchwood arc has gone on so far? How do you move forward than the Doctor possibly facing what could be the devil himself?
Yeah, it did. Of course it did.
Yeah.
I think that quite a lot. I think there's a specific episode in each season where like it just overshines it, and it's very hard to. Okay, let me look at this logically. So David Tennant. This episode definitely ruined the last couple of episodes. Blink. I mean, first Human Nature and Family Blood for me, and then Blink afterwards, and then the finale. But it's like, how can this finale be that?
Yeah.
With season 4, the thing was like it kept upping itself every single episode.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, how are you going to beat Science? Okay, first off, how are you going to beat Planet of the Youth? Well, then Science Library Forest of the Dead comes out later in the episode. You're like, okay, that's going to be the height. Then Midnight comes right after it. Like, Jesus Christ, that's almost as good. Or maybe as good. And then you turn left right after, you're like, oh my god, again, that's good. And then the finale's amazing. Stolen Opportunities then. That's why season 4's so good. Season 2, unfortunately, doesn't live up to the quality of the Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit for me.
Yeah, because season 4 they struck gold.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I'm very glad.
There's only for one episode at the end.
Sorry, what was that?
I mean, they did hair, but it was only for 2 parts.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, but yeah, exactly. Season 4 as a whole, they struck gold. Russell, the amazing thing, like we've said with Russell T, and sometimes, well, even Moffat, Russell T more. Russell T would always just strike gold at some point in every season, even if it is it's bad of a season.
You are right, Moffat, and this is what annoys me. Chibnall, I'm not giving any of his episodes or even his run higher than an 8.
Oh yeah.
And even then, with that 8 out of 10, I'm being very generous, and I acknowledge that it's an 8 out of 10, close to a 7.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at this season's recap. This has been much more negative than season 1. Season 1, it was rare we were getting negative. Any episode that wasn't great, we didn't have much to say about. Season 2 does have a lot more.
It's superior to this one, but
yeah.
Let's compare season 2 to season 11, season 12, season 13. I've still given this season 2 10 out of 10s with stories, and as a spoiler, I am giving this story a 10 out of 10, and I've also given a 9 out of 10 to School Reunion.
Exactly. There's still even in the season which is just not brilliant, you still get that excitement of being able to talk about the Impossible Planet, Satan Pit, School Reunion, Girl in Fireplace, the Idiot's Landed. So,
I can't wait to have Russell T back. But anyway, we're straying a little bit, but that's what happens.
I mean, even season 7 or 6, although 6 had at least one episode. That's fair. Season 6 and 8 had like one episode. Season 7 didn't have a good episode to talk about.
Yeah.
We'll get onto that though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like how we do look ahead quite a bit, because the show it is one show. You need to look at it as a whole, but and the impact of it.
It's also a show about time travel.
Yeah.
Bouncing around different episodes does make sense sometimes.
Should we give it a rating then? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a double 10 for me, easily.
Same, double 10. And not just that, I have to say this is one of my all-time favourite episodes of all time.
Yeah, considering I didn't really like it on the first one, it's just kind of crazy, but it's definitely up there for me now. I don't... Yeah.
I'm sorry, I am really glad. You know what? I'm really glad you like that episode. Like, when you first said that you didn't like it, I was like, oh man, god damn it. Yeah, it might honestly be a top 5 story for me.
I'm gonna scale it up after we get through all the classic Who and stuff.
Yeah, of course, because I've seen all of them and I do constantly rewatches. I know what's like near the top for me.
Exactly, my top 3 would be so lame.
only like I think Tennant wise, I think only one episode beats this for me, and I must say one story does push it though.
I mean, Tennant's here is really good. So.
But the thing is, this is the weak point, isn't it? Good that the weak point gets out of the way with immediately, in my opinion. Yeah. And you don't expect that to build a little bit. Yeah, exactly. But like, just ends with season 4, and you're like, what a great ending. Of course, there's the special, which kind of ruined it. Well, Stop Waters on Mars, but even then, Stop Waters on Mars. Man, I love this era. I just love it. Yeah.
Living the good life at the moment. Just wait until we get to 13.
At least season 5 will continue it for that. Up to that. I'm looking forward to having rants in season 6, 7, and 8.
True. I had a really fun time talking about the Cybermen. Yeah.
I'm not. Anyway, yeah, so...
Moving on.
Living Monsters.
Yeah.
Interesting. One of the best episodes of the show's history. Again. So they needed a Dr. Light episode to save money and give David Tennant a bit of a break, and Billie Piper. So they did really well in Turn Left without the Doctor. They thought, how about we actually write a good episode with this,
And Boomtown.
Not having the Doctor in it.
Boomtown. Boomtown had the Doctor, but it was a filler episode and less budget.
Yeah. Turn Left was amazing. Blake as well. The amazing Dr. Light episodes. So this one was shit. It was pretty bad, to say the least. So it's about a fandom, a Marvel fan club, as I like to call them.
Carry on.
Also, prequel fans, So basically, these people they've noticed the Doctor exists, and they want to meet him. Then they forget to meet him, and they just start they make a band, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're terrible at singing.
Yeah.
And then Peter Kay shows up. I love this episode. Yeah, so he comes down, he says, I've got eczema. And so they just believe him straight up, and he does. And he shows them an episode of Doctor Who. And they're like, oh my god, this is the Doctor. And then he gives them homework, and they just start doing it for some reason. If that's me, I'm just like, I'm not doing homework. Piss off.
I actually didn't even do the plot summary, did I?
Oh yeah.
I think you kind of did it. I'll quickly do this. This one's a short one. A run-in with the Doctor at a young age leads Elton to a group who's studying him. They become friends and have a laugh until Victor Kennedy arrives. Suddenly, everything becomes more serious. Then people start disappearing from the group.
Ooh. So a kid designed a monster, the Xobloth.
Did he not have any better kids?
There's a competition, I think. And funnily enough, I've actually found out this kid actually has a YouTube channel now.
Really? What does he think of the episode?
Channel Pop, he loves it. He did an in-depth review. Channel Pop.
Oh.
Can you search it up?
Okay. What's it called?
Channel Pop. Simple as that. Like poppers and poppy.
Channel Pop. Oh wow.
I'm loving monsters. Obviously, I'm not saying watch it, but just like,
yeah.
He goes like really into depth about it. Just like it's not that deep.
Oh, it's his owning it, I guess. It'd be a bit. I guess actually it'd be annoying if he, if he made all that and the show was so nice to him, like they made a whole episode for him, and then he just shot on it. So we should have invited him on.
You got to meet David Tennant at least.
That's true. I'm gonna message him and get him on.
Yeah, let's talk to him about Love and Monsters. Why it's a masterpiece. Oh, so Jackie's in this episode, by the way.
Is she? Oh yeah,
I've not seen it in a while.
Yeah, I didn't rewatch her. This is one of the ones I did. Oh, there she is in the trailer. I'm watching the trailer. There she is.
Jackie's pretty present in this episode. So Elton tries to get on with her. And,
I remember that.
Yeah. It's so crazy. They just keep playing music in this episode. It's pretty bad music as well.
Oh, yeah. To be honest,
music.
You're on your own. I have nothing to say about this episode. I hated it. Never really want to watch it again.
I mean, it's a massive guilty pleasure for me. Because it's so funny. I guess the ending's kind of dramatic. Okay, there's a bit of a dodgy bit at the end where he says to the slab and he goes, "Oh yeah, we have a love life." And it's like, okay, please stop, Russell, stop now, stop writing. I don't even know if he wrote this episode. It's just like, stop writing, put the pen down, just end the episode, end the stream, Dave. I don't have much to say about this episode either. It's Love and Monsters. Everyone knows about this episode.
Yeah, can we just get by it?
It's not the worst episode of the show. Not by a long stretch. Not even in this season.
Yeah, it's not offensive enough to be the worst.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny. It's kind of become a running joke in the Chimba after every single season where it's like, do you remember when we used to think Love and Monsters was the worst episode of the show? Simple at times.
Simple times.
Even in the Moffat era, it was like, remember when Love and Monsters was the most offensive thing we saw on TV?
Poor Doctor Who.
I guess we should give it a ratings. I'll give it 2 or 3. I'll give it 3 actually.
I'm giving it a 1. Let's move on.
Okay, now this is my least favourite Tennant episode.
Fear her. Let me do my lovely plot summary. Get my reading practice in. The Doctor and Rose travel to London in 2012 to see the Olympics, only to find that children are mysteriously disappearing before people's very eyes. The answer seems to lie with a young girl named Chloe and her strange drawings. But is there something more sinister behind the disappearances?
Ugh.
That was pretty bad. But there is something more sinister behind the disappearances. But that's a pretty bad plot summary. I'm not doing another one. I'm going to start writing my own soon.
What did you say?
I'm going to start writing my own plot summaries instead.
yeah, might as well. So this is about a girl with a drawing, and the criminal thing about this one is it's the most forgettable episode of the show ever. Then you watch it and you just want to tear your eyes out of boredom, and it's cringy as well. It's British propaganda as well. So they announced they got the Olympics in 2012. So they're like, let's do an episode about the Olympics then. Look how good Britain is, you know. So I'm like, okay, I don't care, and it's like most of the episode.
I am the biggest British hater. I simply do not care about the British.
Yeah. So when it's mostly about it, I'm like, oh.
I liked this episode.
What'd you say?
I liked this episode.
Really? Oh my god.
I could do without the Olympics in it. I don't see the, obviously other than the propaganda, but the purposeful point of it being there. Don't care that they run through the street. It's a pretty bad cop-out to finish the story. But I like it. I like the concept of the child's drawings making the children disappear. I like the villain, and that it's just lonely. The Doctor sympathising with the villain. It fits very well into probably the strongest arc in the season of... Well, it's an arc with the Doctor anyway, but it's really emphasised in this season of how lonely the Doctor is. It's been constantly reminded to us throughout the season, and it's...
Yeah, it's starting to be a bit tedious at this point.
I don't think so, because I don't think it's... They don't exactly spell it out. They don't literally say it too much in this episode. It's obvious. We don't need to say too much. The connection, and I think it works really well. I think there's too much stuff on the nose with the father.
Yeah.
I think the action's pretty bad.
Yeah, I was trying to send a message that just completely fell flat. The child actress was pretty terrible.
Yeah, and yes, it's not great, that stuff. I really like Tennant and Rose in it again. I think Rose again holds her own.
I guess because the Doctor disappears, but
and she does a good job. And
I do find it funny how she starts shouting at the child for no reason.
Well, she learns to empathise, and I like that. I feel, well, again, this episode is extremely on the nose, and it probably doesn't need to be. But at the end of the day, I like what's underneath it. I like what they're going for, and I do see it. I think there's too much focus on Earth, like we've said. But missing children going is quite interesting.
Good premise.
It's a good premise.
Always done a terrible execution. I just stuck in drawings and could have done way more with it. It was very boring as well, this episode. Well, I found at least anyway. Also forgettable as well.
I found it fun. I think it had a good tone to it. I liked the council workers, and when Rose is getting going to destroy the tar to recover the ship.
Yeah, okay, that's the only bit I liked about it, where it's like, you took a council axe out of a council van, you tear up a council road, I'm going to approach the council.
Yeah. Although I think what would have been funnier if he said he was going to report them to the police or something, completely ruin all the council thing.
Yeah. He's like, look at this new tarmac, fantastic. You just take a council axe out of a council van, and you take it up a council road.
I'm reporting you to the police. Yeah, but yeah, I do like it. I think it has a good tone, a good rhythm. I think it just gets the job done. I don't think it's the best episode in the season, not even close.
I think so.
I think I've said what I need to say. I think it has plenty of problems. I just don't think it's that bad. I do enjoy it. I have fun. I like the ideas. I think it's executed reasonably. It could have been done much better, and it could have actually been a really impressive episode. But I think it does the job. And yeah.
I don't like anything about this episode. I think that's as simple as apart from that one scene where Rose just picks up an axe and just starts digging up the road.
And she actually has the axe for quite a while after that as well. She has to get him through the axe is so big. I don't know.
Yeah.
I find that humorous. So
yeah, I also hate the bomb as well.
I want the fan.
What did you say?
I want a fan.
Yeah. So what are you going to leave out, Tim?
I'm gonna give it a 6.
Give it a 1.
What are you? Nah.
It's the worst. It's my least favourite episode.
You're insane.
Which is good, because as long as it went, this is the lowest it's going to go. It's pretty good, then. You know what I mean? For the rest of the era. Well, for me at least.
I do not agree with you there.
There will be other Bad Tennant episodes, but I don't think they'll ever get as bad as that.
I'm trying to think. I think I've had my least favourite in this season, but I don't know.
What would it be?
I know. My least favourite in the Tennant era. I really can't remember season 3 that well. So.
Would it be? Do you think it'll be New Earth?
Yeah, New Earth is my least favourite from this season.
What did you say?
Yeah, New Earth is my least favourite from this season.
Yeah, what did you not want?
Yeah.
Yeah, understandable. You know, the thing is, that's the thing with me. When I said almost like 70% of the episodes I hate in Tennant's era is in this season. So you got New Earth, and this is, by the way, I'm naming episodes that I don't like. Okay. New Earth, Tooth and Claw, Idiot Slanton, Love and Monsters and Fear Her. So I'm glad to see it. I guess it's a bit of a positive that season 2 just gets them out of the way with immediately. So there's not that many low points after this.
Yeah.
Which is looking at just the era as a whole. I'm very happy. It does make it seem a lot more better. That it just keeps getting better for me. So that's good.
We're getting towards the light, I guess.
Yeah. I guess we should get on to the finale then, because I don't have much more to say about this episode.
No, neither. Yeah. So.
Well, we're past 3 hours now. Oh my god.
We are. Oof. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna quickly save that one to one. Hello. Oh wait, no, I don't need to do an intro. We're back.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay, so the Cybermen have invaded Earth, but the Doctor and Torchwood have to confront an even greater threat.
Oh, is that it?
Yes.
It's accurate. It's accurate. So how did you feel about this 2-parter?
It used to be probably like my favourite episode when I was a kid. I mean, why? Of course it was. You know, I mean, it's just definitely there for the appeal. You know, Cybermen versus Daleks. You know, that's something that everyone's wanted for like years before this. Oh, actually, I've got a good story about it, what I can talk about later. But Doomsday, well, this story has kind of gone. It's the exact same with the Cybermen episode, where it's gone down in my estimations. Both of those stories I used to love when I was a kid. Now with Doomsday and Army of Ghosts, it's gone down in my I feel I can spot a lot more problems with it on nowadays. Especially mostly in Doomsday though.
I agree. I remember. I think I remember a little bit of the Daleks and Cybermen fighting as you're watching it, and yeah, even when you're rewatching, you're like, yeah, this is just action figures being recorded here, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I actually kind of love Army of Ghosts still. I mean, I'm not going to give it a 10. You'll know that when I give my rating, but I still really kind of like the episode. Most of my problems are Doomsday. It just feels a bit rushed, that episode. I think it kind of ruins it a bit.
I probably. I can't say I'm a big fan of Army of Ghosts. I think it has some stuff going for it, but don't.
I think a big thing for me is if it wasn't the Cybermen or the Daleks and it was just ghosts or just like something else. Do you know what I mean? Like something completely original for a finale. I think it would have been fantastic.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I did like the ghosts, and I do.
I like the first half an hour of Army of Ghosts. There's quite a lot. Obviously there's a lot of sketchy stuff going on. I don't like the Torchwood arc. I guess I didn't mind them too much in the first episode with Army of Ghosts. I didn't mind them too much, although again a bit more inconsistent motivations again, like the Cyberman episode, Rise of Cybermen.
Yeah.
But I cliffhanger to this episode still.
Yeah, no, it's got a good cliffhanger. I do like the ghosts. Obviously, them turning, being the Cybermen was a bit lame. The whole bringing the parallel universe stuff was again lame. Unfortunately, we had to endure more of Rose's dad and Mickey, and
that ruined it.
Yeah,
that moment where it was like, I think if you split this two-part into thirds, I love the first third, the first half an hour. Then you look at the last 10 minutes and the first 20 minutes of Doomsday. I still kind of like it. You know, when the Daleks are doing their stuff in the chamber, which I must say, even though I don't like this story, which I do love with Russell T, though, he still writes the Daleks amazingly. They're still brilliant in this episode. Possibly the best part, they just don't do much, which is unfortunate. But you know, when they do, though, they obviously are fantastic. But like the last third for me, which is ironically when the parallel Earth people show up, I'm just like, ugh. Every single time I rewatch it, I'm just like, yeah. For me, that's what kind of ruins Doomsday for me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, what you said with the Daleks is true. I think it's easily the worst episode the Daleks have been involved in since the Doctor Who revival at this point, if we're talking from season 2. Because before that, obviously, we had the finale in Dalek.
And the finale were fantastic.
Yeah.
In season.
But even so, this episodes aren't great. But like you said, Russell T still writes them really well. They still feel like the Daleks, even though they're embedded in a pretty bad story.
Which is what I like, though, because there's a lot of bad Dalek stories where it's a bad Dalek story. Most of the time, it's just... And I guess I'm not calling this story bad, but with like bad or mediocre Dalek stories, they don't do much. Let's look at Moffat's run. Like, they're never written well at all. And even sometimes in the classic series where you can see like a bad story, like I'm going to say Destiny of the Daleks, they're written terribly. Actually, in Destiny, they portray them as robots again. Just some reason. In fact, I'm glad the revival just completely didn't start doing that.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of appreciate about this episode. It's kind of mediocre for a Dalek story, but they're still written really well. I love that. It's one of my favourite scenes where, you know the scientist.
Yeah.
And you know how he's been a bit cocky and he's like, and they're like, right, we need information about Earth, and he's like, I'll tell you what you need, but I'm not gonna compromise, any secret information about Torchwood. He's like, okay. Yeah, be cocky and all that towards the Darks, and they're like, yeah, we don't care, just kneel, and they just kill him, and they use the plunger to like suck his brains out, or something like next to his head, it's just a skull. It's really dark actually when you see it again.
Yeah,
just drop him onto the floor, and then it's one of my favourite lines as well, where Rose says, "You don't need to kill him. You didn't need to kill him." And then what? They all have names, but you can't really tell which one's which. And then one of them just goes, "Well, we didn't really need him alive either." So I was like, that is the Daleks' dialogue to a T. It is just perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can tell Russell. He has said before it's his favourite Doctor Who villain, and I can see. You can just see it in it when he writes for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's always seems to be good moments with the Doctor and the Daleks. I really like whenever they talk up the Doctor to the Daleks. Rose has a little monologue, don't she? Because they're not afraid of all those Cybermen, despite there only being 4 Daleks. And then there's this one Doctor that terrifies them.
I mean, it's actually it's likewise what actually. Even though the Daleks are so good, the Cybermen are so crap in this episode.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I actually think they're all right in Army of Ghosts, like because they're in the background. Although I think, like I said, I think it would have been better if it wasn't them. But when they showed up at the end, I'm like, okay. I mean, they're still killing people, but I'm like, okay.
There's some conversion going on, so I guess I was on board with that. But again, still very robotic. Nothing interesting about them. Kind of just leaving off on the bad 2-parter we had earlier in the season. But quickly before we get to the Cybermen, I'd just like to say about the Daleks. They were done well, but again, they're in a pretty not great story. And whenever we get a not great Dalek story, which is quite often now, it's a real shame, not just because it's not a great episode, but I really feel like the Daleks should only be used a limited amount of times. Otherwise, the shock value of it's the Daleks kind of wears off. And it doesn't in Russell T's, but we get them every season. And season 2 and season 3, we could have done without them.
Yeah. If I was ever writing for the new series, so I became that showrunner. I know, but just say if I did though, I would give them a bit of a hiatus.
Yeah, I agree.
I would. Because it's happened in the classic series, multiple times in the classic series, they have like a long period of time where they're not in the show.
Yeah.
So in the first 4 seasons of Doctor Who, they were there, because fair enough, they only just been invented with the show itself.
Yeah.
They don't. Then the last appearance in Evil the Daleks in season 4, they don't show up again until season 9.
That's great. That's a good hiatus. That'll never happen in New Who.
I mean, I don't think that's the longest one. And then you've got, and then when they show up, there's like 4 more seasons where they're in constantly. Season 9, season 10, season 11, season 12. Season 12 is Genesis.
Yeah.
And then they have another break. They don't show up again until season 17, so 12 to 17. And that's like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's another really good hiatus what they have there. And then even after that, they don't show up again until like season 21.
Exactly. Well, I like those moments where, oh my god, it's the Daleks. Like
yeah, it happens a lot in the classic series because they were. I mean, the first break was because the writer Terry Nation actually wanted to do a spin-off with them, so he took them out of the show, and he didn't bring them back until season 9. But there's a lot of moments in Doctor Who where it's like, oh my god, there's a lot of. When you were saying used sparingly, they were used sparingly in the classic series. They were done well.
Yeah, whereas in Russell T's, they get 3 of the 4 finales.
Yeah, they do as well. They completely steal the show in Doomsday, don't they? So
yeah.
The Cybermen don't do anything. Like in Doomsday, they're there at the start, then they get killed by the Parallel Earth people. Then they show up again for a bit near the middle / ending, where the Doctor needs them to attack them in the vault, and then of course they're shooting the Daleks in the streets, and then also continuity error when like all the Daleks are flying into the void. There's no Cybermen for some reason. They actually don't do anything in Doomsday, so they're not even in Army of Ghosts that much, and then in Doomsday they're barely in it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Cybermen are pretty bad in this, unfortunately. I'm kind of warm from the Cybermen rant now. I think I made my point clear in the 2-part, and it carries over to this episode really. This 2-part.
Every Cybermen episode in the revival, isn't it? Basically.
Sorry, what was that?
It's going to be in like every episode though. In the revival though with the Cybermen, it's just going to be the exact same argument. By like Nightmare and Silver, it's like we've said this like 6 times now at this point.
Yeah.
They're never written well ever.
No. I think they're even worse in this episode than they were in the 2-part. It's 2-part, you could take little bits from it that they did okay. This I can't. For a little bit in the first part, where they did have some of the conversion, and that part where they see the Cyberman for the first time behind the curtain, that's pretty good. Again, a good use of space in this season. Other than that, they're useless.
I actually love when the Doctor found them in the in the white thing as well, because it was an homage to a scene from Tomb of the Cybermen where they come out the tombs, where they like just rip through like their like. Well, it's like plastic walls, do you know? So, I liked it. It was a nice little nod.
Yeah, but other than that, not too much.
Of course, they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, let's talk about. So, it was in the classic series. It was always talked about for a while. The Cybermen versus the Daleks do an episode. It was all the way back in season 4 of the classic series that was pitched. When Terry Nation, or season 5, sorry, when Terry Nation took them away, the Cybermen only just came when the 10th Planet was in season 4, so that's when they started to become more popular. So they were pitched originally for a Dalek versus Cyberman story in the 60s, and of course that would have been done way better.
Yeah,
I mean, just because it wouldn't have been constantly action either. It would have just been like the classic 60s stories, where they're not about action scenes shooting each other constantly. The Daleks will probably be doing some like scheme, probably manipulating them. The Cybermen will probably be doing the exact same thing, probably threatening actually as well. That's what that story probably would have been. It didn't happen though because Terry Nation wanted to do that spin-off, like I said before. So basically, the idea of a Dalek versus Cyberman story has been kind of on and off since then. So of course, Russell T. basically did it in this story, and I mean, if we talk about the scene from Doomsday, I guess it was pretty neat to actually see the Cybermen and the Daleks actually talk to each other. Where they meet each other in the hall. It was, I mean, it's kind of funny, and that's not what I want to be seeing. I want to be feeling when I'm seeing that scene. But because it's like, well, I don't know, because the Daleks are still like, the way they're written is like, it's on point, So, and then, but the Cybermen again, kind of written bad. So it's kind of cool. It is cool to see them interact. But a bit anticlimactic because Russell basically writes the Cybermen as completely incapable of everything.
Yeah.
So when they meet, there's 2 Cybermen, 1 Dalek. The Dalek kills both of them. The Cybermen don't destroy a single Dalek in this episode. It's completely one-sided. So that's where the anticlimax comes from.
Yeah, it's they're pretty lame. Well, I already said how they are completely, like you said, completely incapable in, at very least in Russell T's era. Again, pushed them out the way in the original 2-part. It was embarrassing. But I guess there's a bit of interesting fan fiction. I don't know, maybe if they tried to do a chess game out of it, if the Daleks and Cybermen might have been interesting. I also can't picture that, though, so...
They probably would have done that in the 60s. That's what I mean, like, it probably would have just been, like, 2 sides, like, manipulating some events.
But I also don't see that happening, like, working with the Cybermen, though, so I think it's just a combination that, should have just stayed as a joke or something.
I mean, here's one. I'll pitch one. The Cybermen are sick of the Daleks killing people when they need to convert them. attack the Daleks.
At least it wouldn't be Cybermen killing people then.
That's the thing. Cybermen are like, can you stop killing people? I know, hypocrites.
Yeah, they're fighting over a planet where, I don't know, maybe they hold more value for the Cybermen, so they really need those people off that planet, and the Daleks. There's something there for them to pick up while they're just killing people like they like to do. I don't know.
If you're gonna portray them as with guns and go around shooting people, at least make them threatening.
Yeah, and have a real reason for them fighting. Don't go and fight.
Yeah. I mean, in Earthshock, they're not. It's not heavily about conversion. It's about. But the thing is, the plot's interesting, and the Cybermen are actually threatening. They've got actually a pretty bad their plan is to destroy the Earth because it's planning on committing genocide against the Cybermen in Earthshock. Spoiler. So they're planning to destroy the Earth in that one. Of course, it's not the Cybermen story I like, but it's the one I acknowledge where it's actually a good story, and the Cybermen are actually threatening in that story. They're actually capable of doing stuff, and they're not portrayed as robots though. Even though they're going around shooting people, they're not portrayed as robots in that story though, which I love. Why can't they do that in this? If you just have to have them going around killing people, fine. But can't you just at least make them actually seem like their concept in the first place, that they're meant to be a bit human inside?
I don't think of them as humans once in this episode.
Yeah, exactly. I do like the design, but I think there needs to be maybe just one more bit where there's a bit of human element there. In the 10th planet, that you can, where you can see the mouth talk and you can see a jaw. Basically, you can see there's a face underneath there.
I'm getting my DVD out now. It's literally like cloth, innit? You can see the hands. It's disturbing. You can tell it used to be a human. It's actually still horrifying, that image.
Those boxes they have on their front.
Yeah.
So you can see a thing that's going up and down, and you can tell that's a lung. So you're oh my god, the lung's been chopped out. Ugh. It's been removed for a prostate. The thing they're carrying is their lungs. Oh my god, that's horrible.
Such a fantastic design. It's an amazing episode anyway, but fantastic. But even down to their voices and stuff.
Yeah, why would we care? No, it's just you just killed them, and it's people die all over your planet, and yet you still do not care. I was that's a good point. I was even though it's obviously not right, and I don't agree, he's obviously making a decent point. You can see why someone would think that, an alien, the Cybermen.
Yeah.
Their viewpoint, people die all over the Earth, yet you
the outsider perspective. People always say that. What would aliens think of us? We're horrible. We're not united at all.
Not alien. They are humans.
They're humans, but the outsider perspective. Even if we're just talking outside of that dialogue could have been said by any kind of. It could have been said by the Slovenes.
Exactly.
Yeah. But in terms of the actual Cybermen in this episode, their voices are pretty bad. They don't have any interesting dialogue. They're just robots again.
I don't mind the robotic sounds. Again, though, I only liked it if it was done well, though. You know, the voice of them. I get it, but there have been the thing is, you can have a robotic voice, but you don't have to be this is me. You could still make it sound like someone's I'm not going to do it. Like Bane.
Yeah.
You they don't have to sound. They don't have to be like dead. They don't have to talk robotic. They can have a robotic sounding voice.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you can still, of course, it's very off the 10th Planet voice, but you are constantly aware that they were human. The Cybermen in modern Who, for the most part, you have to be constantly reminded that they were once human.
Exactly.
Outside of dialogue, there's no. You'd have no idea if you hadn't watched the classic series. So.
I mean, like I said, like these ones, like they're written so they only have brains in their helmets. I'm like, well, I mean that immediately just like, I mean, I get like it's written so it's like, okay, they're not the original Cybermen. These are weird Cybermen from a different universe, but you know. I mean, when you put that into your concept anyway, you know, with the, like I said before, with the other episode where it's just their brain, it's like, well, okay, so it's just all humanity's just been destroyed anyway. With that, so I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, so the design anyway, so it's like, oh, it's only their brain. So like, when like an arm gets like chopped off in this episode, like not like when it gets like exploded and like Cybermen parts go like all over the place, you know. It's just a robot. It's just a robotic arm.
Yeah, exactly.
But like anyone would be thinking, oh, the robots. It's just, the Cybermen and the Daleks are considered to be robots, but with the Daleks, every single episode you can basically tell, like, oh, they're not robots, are they? At all.
Russell T makes that very clear, though.
Cybermen, though, like some episodes, if someone says, oh, it's the robots, it's like, no, they aren't. And then they can go, well, look at this episode. They are literally robots.
Yeah, I like to think, imagine the Cybermen were actually introduced in New Who. There's no way they'd make it past this season.
Yeah, you know, you are right.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't show up that much anymore after that. I mean, it's just, in the Russell era, it's just the next Doctor, that's it. And then they don't even show up in season 5. Well, Pandora opens, but... I mean, isn't it weird how 2 Cybermen stories later it's going to be closing time?
That's crazy, yeah. It's for the better, really. I wish they did that with the Daleks. Obviously, we'll talk about the season 4 one in the season 4 video, but obviously I like the season 4 one. But like we said, they do overdo the Daleks way too much. It becomes tiresome. I really wish they never appeared in 13s or anything. Yeah. But I'm leaving it at that. But.
Hindsight, I really wish they didn't show in 13s.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But at the time, I must admit, with season 12, I was like, yeah, please bring them in. It's probably because how boring like season 11 was. I was like, can you at least make it interesting? The thing I didn't account for was they obviously were going to bring them in, but they still weren't going to be interesting.
Yeah.
You know what it is? You can't blame me with. I just came off World Enough in Time when the Doctor falls. I have hope that someone can write for them again. Because that episode was, in the community at least anyway, everyone loved that episode. Everyone was like, this is how the Cybermen should be portrayed. Well Enough in Time. So it's like, maybe, hopefully they will listen to that and actually write them the same way next time. They don't. At all. And, I mean, I even hate this even more, and this is what's going to happen in Moffat's era, and it actually does in Chibnall's era, which is even worse in my opinion. This is why I kind of give them a bit more of a pass in the Russell era. They still annoy me how robotic they are, but in the Moffat era and Chibnall era, sometimes they just put the suit over the humans.
Yeah. Like
that's not how conversion works. They don't just put an armor on you. like okay, in Closing Time, you're Craig.
Yeah.
They put a chest plate on him, and then they put a helmet around him, and they think that's conversion. But that's not how it works at all. It's never hinted that. Oh, it's just that the armor itself, like, is what conversion is. And then it happens constantly. Like even in like Nightmare and Silver, where they put like there's like these little bugs that go over Matt Smith's face. And they think that's what conversion is. It really bugs me. And then you look at the 13th Doctor's episode. I'm not sure you can remember, but the lone Cyberman. He's got his face sticking out. But when you actually look at him, it's like,
yeah.
he's just wearing a helmet. He's literally just wearing a helmet. It's like, isn't like meant to be their flesh like all cut up and everything.
Yeah. No, I don't see why it would be just the armor either, because that doesn't change the way they are. It doesn't take the soul from them. They're just in armor.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like, yeah, because like the original. That's what I mean though. Looking back to the original 10th Planet design, you can see their lungs in the chest plate. You can see like they've clearly been like, like technology, biology. Like biological technology. Like the whole point of them is like, they've constantly had to. The way to survive is they had to like become these people. Then they've lost all sort of humanity.
Yeah,
I don't see that in any of the Moffat and Chibnall era, and this is my only positive I can say about the Russell era. There's at least there's like at least moments. It's not throughout the whole episodes, but there's at least the occasional moment where you can understand that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of in the two-parter, in the first two-parter. In Doomsday, there's not.
The only moments I can think of were, I guess when when they're going up the stairway, the Cybermen, and we need to get onto her as well. Yvonne is her name is Ivan. Yvonne, sorry.
Oh yeah,
pretty sure it's Yvonne. The Torchwood lady, where she comes down and she goes, when she says that thing. But yeah, she's been converted into a Cyberman. You're like, oh yeah, that's that woman. Yes, but that was kind of no. I must admit that's what I like to see. It was only done for like 10 seconds though in the episode.
I actually can't remember that.
That's the only part in the story. That's what I say. It's not constantly, but at least he tries. But I want the whole episode to be like that though. Focusing on conversion.
That's the thing, they overdid. If they were going to do a Cyberman finale, then you've got to focus on the Cyberman. But there's all these parallel universes going on. The Daleks are in there, and
that's the thing with the Russell era. This is what gets on my nerves. The parallel Earth thing gets in the way of every single one of their stories. If they just cut it out constantly, they would have way more time and focus to actually focus on the Cyberman stories. I think they would have done them pretty well. Because imagine, that's what I said in the two-parter. Imagine if they weren't parallel Earth Cybermen. They just arrived on like a twin planet, like another twin planet of Earth.
Yeah.
Where like the classic Cybermen have like landed on there, and they've infiltrated like the world. And they could have focused a lot more on that instead of Rose's dad.
I was about to say, but what about Rose's dad? We need more interactions with our world and their world's parents of Rose's. Now Jackie meets the parallel father. Like, oh my god, give it a rest. We get it. I'm so tired of seeing these lame characters. Get them out of it.
I mean, it makes it even worse with the what is the Cybermen's plan in this one? It's to escape the parallel Earth. Ugh, what an awful plan that is. They don't need to have interesting plans. They can just be doing Cybermen crap. But that is their goal. It's just, we need to escape the parallel Earth. So it's like, oh, okay. Then what?
Exactly.
Plus you assume, they're going to convert the planet, but it's like they show up in the finale, in the final episode, in the final parts of Army of Ghosts. And they're like, okay, they're going to start converting humans. Okay, yeah. It was setting up for a good story, but the whole point of the Cybermen, the goal in this episode was, we need to escape the parallel Earth. If it was just the normal Cybermen, in from the classic series, where they didn't have to focus on the parallel Earth crap, they could have just been invading Earth.
Yeah.
Just straight up, like a sequel to The Invasion, which is the story where the Cybermen invade Earth in Patrick Troughton's run. Something like that. and actually focus on that, and actually focus on, the Cybermen don't have to be like going around killing people. They could just be like, okay, yeah, like a small group infiltrate Torchwood. Maybe Torchwood's actually made by the Cybermen, whatever. And then, they're just trying to convert the world. But again, don't make them like terrible at their jobs. Actually make them threatening. Actually make them a force to be reckoned with. And just don't do anything with the parallel Earth. I hate it, and I think it ruins every single story in the Russell era.
I agree.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree. It does get in the way. Like we said, with the whole Rose angle is for some reason brought back again. I don't know why. And then it's actually pushed into the end of the episode, which on first watch I found emotional. On this watch, I did not. It was tiresome. To be honest, I was kind of waiting for the episode to end in the first part. So when the second part came around and they were doing all that, I kind of didn't care.
Yeah.
I think Rose and Ten aren't as bad as some people think in this season. But at a certain point, it's kind of had its run. I don't think it's as good as 9 and Rose.
No, completely prefer 9 and Rose.
Yeah. It might have been a little better if they didn't throw in so many characters into this episode. Because now, I hate the focus on Jackie. Jackie can be okay when she's not in it too much, but when she's in the whole episode, I'm aligned with the Doctor. I don't want her in the TARDIS.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was like the Doctor when he realised she's still on board. It's like, why are you still here?
Yeah. She's not interesting enough.
And I hate Jackie.
Yeah, she's not interesting enough at the end of the day.
She's not. She was good. She was really good in season 1. This season, I'm at the 10th Doctor. I'm like, she's still here. Can't we have Jack back?
She's in it more this season than last season as well.
It's like
they clearly saw that it worked for aliens in London. And they're like, okay, so we can run her for a few more episodes. No, it worked on the odd time because we were still new to the characters and we were in London. Don't take her around the world now. I'm sick of it. Stop.
I hate companion parents. Like when it happened all the time with Russell's era. Jackie gets on my nerves in this season. I actually can't stand Martha's mum. And then the thing is, I like to hate Donna's mum because it's obviously clear that that's how she's written like that.
Yeah, she's supposed to.
She's still irritating, but I like that though. But with Jackie, it's not because she's meant to be more likable in this season. I'm just like,
she's supposed to be funny, but what was funny about her in the first season was that no one really liked her. But you also did sympathise with her for a bit, like when Rose has been gone for a year, and you're like, that must have been awful. This season, you don't really care about her, and she still says, what happened? You remember that? I don't know what episode it was in now, but she goes, "What? It might have been in this two-parter. What happens when I die and you don't come back to Earth?" It's like, well, yeah, she wouldn't need it. What kind of question is that? What does it matter? Shut up. Can we just get on with the episode? This is not emotional at all.
Yeah, it isn't. It's two-part. It's terrible. I mean, no classic companion had any parents on board at all, and the Doctor never met them because you know why? They were all grown-ups. Why does Rose seem like the biggest child, like whiny teenager of all time?
She definitely is in this season, which is weird considering she's the love interest as well in this season.
Yeah, so much like that's the thing. I miss when companions were adults. Well, when I'm watching this, I'm just like, and actually with the whole show, like even Yaz and Clara sometimes, because she was like a babysitter. It's like I miss when they were adults.
Well, our companions nowadays can't ride bikes, so that's not.
was already famous. Well, not famous, but she was already like a well-respected journalist in London. When she joined the TARDIS,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There were some like child companions, or like older teenagers. But it's good when it's like like Ace. But like Ace was like the one like Susan. But like it didn't happen that often in the classic series. Which is my point. Is there needs to be a bit of originality to it. Don't keep doing it every single time.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Because the thing is, when I look at that pattern as well, apart from Donna, almost every single companion just seems like young, and just like seems like kind of childish, and then that is proven even more because you have to meet their parents. The doctor has to go, okay, I will take them back to you.
Well, and what companion was the best companion from the Russell T era? Exactly. Yeah.
But it's like with Martha. I hate her family as well. It's like I bet the doctor was like, why am I dealing with another mom? Like, I'm just like, for God's sake. And then you had to deal with Donna's mom, but only like near the end of like Stolen Earth Journey's End, which was done well.
Yeah, it worked really well.
Even like Amy, why does she seem like a child? Well, I mean, she was when she first showed up. But it just feels like the doctor's babysitting most of the time. Okay, not like no, it isn't. They do feel like younger women, but it's the point with Jackie and Martha's mum and Donna's mum where it's like, oh, I have to have permission to take them on the TARDIS. It's like I miss when they were just independent, companions. I mean, it's not a problem with the men in the men companions in the new series. The doctor doesn't go to like Mickey's mum and go, "Can I take him away, please?" I think he'd be really good on the TARDIS. Or he doesn't go to like Rory's like mum either. Like, can I take your son? Can I take your son with me? It just doesn't happen. So why is it always the female characters?
Yeah, and it's a shame because it's not even just the age, because there's moments like we've mentioned in the season where Rose does kind of take initiative, and she doesn't act childish. She learns from the Doctor. So why in episodes like this and the Cyberman 2-parter and any episode where her parents are involved or whatever, why does she act like a child? And why is it when she's talking to her parents and stuff? Why is she acting like a 9-year-old being split from her parents? It's exhausting.
More like a 14-year-old girl in high school.
Yeah, exactly. But then the Russell T even gets a little bit delusional with it, acting like we have an emotional connection to Jackie, and I don't know where he got that from. So when she embraces Rose's father from the parallel universe, no one cares. No, I don't. Anyway, I don't.
More emotional. If Rose just got converted into a Cyberman, it would have been way better.
Yeah, it's a shame that never happened to a companion.
Until Bill.
that was the joke.
It's like it doesn't happen until Bill. It's like it should have happened way earlier. It should have happened in the classic series.
Did it not happen in the classic series?
I'll say one thing: the Cybermen were known to be the first ever villain statue killer companion.
Oh.
They kill in Earthshock. Earthshock. They kill Adric, which is the first time a companion dies in the classic series. To be fair, I'm not that bothered by that because the thing is I can talk about this now actually. The classic series, look, 10 feels like the Doctor, 9 feels like the Doctor, but like Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, and Baker, they've always felt like they have like control over the situation constantly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like when you're with them, you feel kind of safe. Like with Hartnell, do you know what I mean? Like he's always, he will actually like shout back at like villains or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And that he will insult them. And Troughton and Pertwee, they always are in control of the situation. You never feel the companion, well, they're in danger, do you know what I mean? But you always feel like the Doctor will put their priority first, do you know what I mean? Like their safety first.
Yeah.
So when it did happen with Adric, with the Fifth Doctor, who was a bit more younger, and you did kind of feel like a companion could die there, it kind of made sense, because you were like, yeah, the Fifth Doctor is a bit more... He's not like reckless, but he's more younger, and he's more quick, and he's not constantly thinking about his companions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that kind of links back to you saying that Ten's just constantly babysitting. He's not free to be the Doctor like he is in Girl in the Fireplace, and I don't happen much this season.
But the Cybermen kill the first ever companion, Adric, and well, there was actually the Daleks' master plan actually kills 2 companions off, but I don't count them as companions. But some people do for some reason. So there was a girl, I don't even know what her name was, because I've not even got onto that part yet. There was a girl from the last story who came onto the TARDIS into the Daleks' master plan, and then she dies. I don't class that as a companion.
No, that's too short.
And then they also class another companion, who a girl who, Sarah Kingdom, who gets introduced in Daleks' master plan, and she dies in Daleks' master plan. I'm like, that's not a companion. But they include them for some reason. That actually annoys me a bit. But those 2 died, but it wasn't. I don't class them as the first companion death. I class Adric as the first companion death. And like I said, in the classic series, it was the Cybermen, because they were actually threatening. You could actually feel like they would actually be dangerous.
Yeah, in this episode, I didn't feel like anyone important was going to die. They didn't. And that's because the Cybermen are a bit of a joke in Russell's era, so and for the most part anyway, unfortunately. So but how did you feel about the end of this 2-part, the end of the finale?
Okay, so first off, the Doctor and Rose are separated into other universes. So Rose should have died. In episodes, they said that she was going to die. Like in The Beast, he's like, oh, you're going to die in battle. It was like, okay, so she doesn't. So that was a lie. Okay. It just reminded me of when they said the Doctor will die when he knocks 4 times, or the Doctor's going to die on Lake Talentula by an astronaut, or the Doctor's going to die in Trenzalore. It never happens. These prophecies never happen.
Yeah.
They're all lie. Is it like when Dalek Khan says to the Doctor in Stolen Earth, one of your companions will die? No, they don't. No, they don't. So she doesn't die. So the Doctor starts calling her to Norway. So I can't even imagine that conversation. I hear the Doctor in my dreams, and we need to go to Norway. Just imagine Jackie like, what are you on about? No, we're not going to Norway. You're just imagining it. Just because you hear him in your dreams. That's stupid. I can't believe they actually agreed to do that. Like in the episode, I just find it funny because I'm just thinking, I am no way going all the way to Norway to see the Doctor at all. Because also, because Rose said she heard the Doctor in her dreams. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that at all. So anyway, so they go to the beach, and he's there. I don't know why they had to go. Isn't Jackie meant to be pregnant? Shouldn't you be, not travelling to Norway?
Yeah.
And they just stand at the car for some reason. I know it's probably to give them a bit of face, but it's like, we just said hi. Yeah, bye, Doctor. And then he says, "I'm burning up a star to say goodbye," and it's like, well, okay, prick. Jesus, what if someone needed that star? That sun, like. Just imagine, from our perspective, another alien race where, some other guy just, comes to us and just destroys it just to say goodbye to his girlfriend. I'll just die because of it. Like, you know, what an asshole.
This is a pretty unreasonable gesture, isn't it?
Yeah. So I've done for some just a second, but it was like, yeah, well, fuck the people that need that. You needed that to survive then. I love this ending. I love it. I just keep laughing constantly when I'm watching it.
Yeah.
I am glad they didn't say I love you too. Because you know when she says I love you, and the Doctor's like, if it's my last chance to say it, Rose Tyler. I imagine that the Doctor wasn't going to say that. I know a lot of people probably. I know it's implied, but you know that's not my headcanon because the Doctor doesn't love anyone. Not like that, because there's like a 5,000-year age gap as well. It's weird. I considered Nine to be a father figure for Rose, so it just doesn't move me right. Their relationship at all. I imagine the Doctor was going to say something like "I'm sorry" or something. And it says Rose Tyler. I don't know. What about you?
It was implied that he loved her. I can't be in denial about it. Even there's a scene in the Satan pit where he doesn't say it or something, but I can't remember. But yeah, it probably meant that. Hopefully, it meant I'm sorry, because I don't think it works either.
I don't. Oh no. He doesn't say install on Earth Journey's End either. He says it doesn't need to be said.
Yeah, because they know. So
maybe the Doctor was hiding Rose on the parallel Earth because she's a bit of the bad wolf in her. That's pretty dangerous in the Dalek. Yeah, it could be. You never know. He could have just been doing it on purpose. I mean, hang on a minute. It was said that Jackie wouldn't get sucked into the portal because she hadn't travelled through the void. So why did she have to go? So the Doctor kind of just kicked her out of the universe for some reason. Very weird, you know. No motivation again. Maybe there was one. Maybe they had to go there.
Well, the idea was that she'd be with her family, and she should be.
Jackie didn't have to go into the other universe, so...
Well, she wanted to, didn't she?
Why?
to be with the parallel of a husband, of a hubby. So.
Okay. Why doesn't he just tell him to go into the TARDIS?
I don't. Well, the opportunity was there. They might as well have just gone to that universe because, well, he's rich, isn't he? So.
Okay, become rich in this universe.
I didn't write it, Keane. Leave me be. I didn't write it. Okay, that's what was. You can be in denial all you want. They love each other, so.
Okay, if you love her so much, why did Matt Smith never bring her up? Why did Capaldi never bring her up? Why did when Jack mentioned her in Resolution of the Daleks, and Jodie Whittaker just ignored her completely? I'm not sure if you've seen the episode, but
no.
Jack basically mentions Rose, and then Jodie just doesn't say anything. Like Yaz says what, and Jodie just completely ignores Yaz.
13's a fake. 13's a fraud. I've decided that, to be honest.
Yeah.
She was never the Doctor at one point, so doesn't count.
What about Matt Smith and Capaldi?
Well, you know, you didn't mention Sarah Jane. So.
Yeah, he did. Well, 11 met Sarah Jane.
No, 10 didn't mention Sarah Jane to Rose. So there you go.
Yeah, but he loves Rose. He doesn't love Sarah Jane.
Well, he doesn't mention anyone to anyone. He's lived so many years. He said that himself. I'm not having an argument about it. Everyone knows, Keane. You can be in denial all you want. But I agree, it's stupid.
He never confirmed it. He could have said, Rose Tyler, I'm gay. He could have. He could have said, Rose, me and Jack had a relationship.
They did kiss, didn't they?
What did you say?
They did kiss, didn't they? So, there you go.
No, they didn't kiss.
They did.
Oh yeah, Jack and Nine did. Sorry, I thought you meant Rose.
No.
I mean, okay, let's look at every single time they kissed. So it was 9 to get the bad wolf out of her.
Why are we talking about it?
And then Cassandra kissed the Doctor. And even in New Earth, you could see the Doctor was like, oh God, what the hell have I opened here?
He goes, well, still got it. And so, that episode's so bad. Let's not talk about New Earth. Do you have anything to say about the 2-part? Anything more to say about 2-part?
I think Jackie should have got together.
I think Jackie should have just been shot. So
I think Jackie should have been converted when she was about to be.
Yeah, and the parallel universe of Rose's father should have died in the Cyberman 2-part. Well, it shouldn't have been in the 2-part.
I would have made it brutal. I would have had Jackie be converted. I would have had Rose actually die, probably shot by a Dalek. And then, Tennant at the end. Yeah, I don't know. He will go to that beach in the normal universe, and he will pick up a stone and go, "I tried."
It'd still be a pretty bad episode, to be honest. This episode overall is a mess.
Yeah, it kind of pisses. The thing is, it is a mess, though. Like, have you noticed as well, which actually kind of annoys me, in season 2, 3, and 4, all of his finales are just full of, like, and the endings are like 15 minutes long.
Yeah.
So Rose gets sucked into the portal with 10 minutes to go out of like a 40-minute story. So the whole Cybermen versus Daleks is like half an hour long. So it's completely rushed. And then also there's a middle part where they go to the parallel Earth again, and you're like,
yeah,
for God's sake of this parallel Earth crap. It shouldn't have even existed. Russell did it because he thought the classic series was confusing the Cybermen's timeline. Which is complete nonsense. It's like, just start your own, for God's sake. Not in that way, though. Don't just create a parallel Earth. New origin story for the Cybermen.
The parallel Earth is more lame than anything else he could have done. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this 2-parter. I give what's the first one called again?
Army of Ghosts. I actually like Army of Ghosts.
I have Army of Ghosts 5 out of 10 and Doomsday a 3.
Wow, that's not the same with the Simon 2-parter.
Yeah.
I'm going to give Army of Ghosts an 8, and I'm going to give Doomsday a 3 as well.
This is understandable. I can see where you're coming from with Army of Ghosts, but I have too many issues with it as well. But it is better than Doomsday. I'll give it that.
Most of my issues are with Doomsday. I probably do prefer the Cyberman 2-parter to this. Both stories are so we're about to go into the sum up point anyway. With this season, it's like five episodes I kind of dislike, and then 2 stories I kind of probably are in the middle with, the Cyberman 2-parter and the finale.
Yeah.
Where I used to love them. I used to love those stories as a kid, but now I'm just like, there's so many problems with them. And then, look at this season, though. Girl on the Fireplace, School Reunion, and the Satan Pit, and the Impossible Planet are the 3 stories I always come back to.
Yeah, well, the season overall is okay. It's better than anything out of Chibnall. Yeah, and that's just because there is those episodes that are fun. I probably actually enjoyed more episodes than you, because I enjoyed stuff like Idiot's Lantern and Fear Her. This 2-part is pretty bad. Overall, I guess I give it a 4 to average it out. But if we're talking about the season as a whole, it's really not that great. Especially considering we just got off season 1, which is pretty fantastic.
This is probably near. You know what? It's probably in the middle. Season 2, not like dead on the middle. It's probably slightly in the top 6. Oh wait, no. There's 13 seasons. You know what the thing is with me?
Yeah.
I I think I've just seen a lot more worse seasons of Doctor Who. So when I rewatched this one, I'm like, it's still written by Russell. I can see stuff there. It's still got the Satan pit in it. It's still got, like I said, the girl in the fireplace. It's still got the school reunion. So, and we should do a season ranking at the end. That'll be great.
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll do that.
As someone who can remember all the seasons of New Who, I would probably give it like the 6th spot out of 13.
It's not bad.
And it's simply because Russell's era is terrible, and Moffat has some pretty low points as well. This is, for me, the low point of Russell's era, and it's still competent, at least. That's what I can say.
There's stuff in there for sure, but I kind of just look at it as a season of television. I expect certain stuff from Doctor Who. I'm not disregarding the stuff it does right by Doctor Who, but if I'm looking at the quality rounding up, it's not that great, but it's not awful either. I will agree with that. There is far worse. I have seen far worse in television in general, and there is some great episodes in there. Like I said, School Reunion, I gave that a 10. Girl in the Fireplace, gave that a 10. I gave Impossible Planet and Satan Pit a 10. So there's still. Yeah, I did. What did I dislike? I disliked New Earth. Gave that a 1 out of 10. I disliked the Rise of Cybermen, Age of Steel 2-part, which gave Age of Steel a 2.
I gave it overall probably a 6. If I had to combine it, both of them, so I'd probably say I'm slightly more positive overall, but I said, 6 out of 10. Look at the films that I give a 6 out of 10. They're just okay. That's what my rating is. It's okay.
I'm going to give it I'll give it a 5 out of 10. I think
we do agree, but I think it's just slightly lean. If you have to cut it right down the middle, positive, negative, I'm slightly more positive and you're slightly more negative.
Yeah, this is not that big of a difference. We also do have quite different rating systems, but
yeah, that's true as well.
Yeah, I think the difference is you hate a lot more episodes. The episodes you hate, I usually find them okay, like Fear Her and Tooth and Claw. But then again, that isn't enough to push it forward. There's some episodes you hate in season 1 that I actually kind of like. I don't mind Tuan Game, well, I'm looking at. Well, I really like the Aliens of London World War 3 2-part. I really like. Well, you didn't hate it. You didn't hate it, but I really liked it.
I like it. I didn't love it though. But what was it overall? 7 probably.
Yeah, I gave it an 8. So, but you know what I mean. I think. Sorry, just.
I do know what you mean. Yeah. For me, with this season, it's always. And I guess this is what sums it up, which I always think this. I always look at it as New Earth, Tooth and Claw, The Idiot's Lantern, Fear Her, and Love and Monsters. That's half of the stories. That's 5 stories right there that I'm quite negative towards. Although I guess I'm not that negative towards. I mean, they're all like 3 out of 10 or below, most of them. The one I enjoy the most is Love and Monsters. That's because it's fun. It's still a bad episode, though. You can see it's not good. And then put that with the disappointing finale and Cyberman return. This season just for me. Overall, if you're looking at overall quality for me, maybe I would give it like a 5 out of 10 or something. Maybe this season. I mean, look as well, which I think is a big part. What about the characters? Well, I do like 10 in this season. Rose annoys me almost all the time, though.
It's about 50-50 for me. And I guess that's why I just go 5 out of 10, because 10, 50-50, Rose, 50-50. Story quality,
maybe more leaning 40-60, but you know what I mean. It's inconsistent. Even Murray Gold's score isn't given enough room to shine. You have Bad Wolf in season 1. He gets used to Rose theme really well. This season didn't really notice the music at all, unfortunately.
I loved it in The Impossible Planet and The Beast Below. I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, I guess so. But other than that,
I mean, a lot of it's reused from season 1, like, you know.
No, but it's not about it's not really Murray Gold's. It's Russell T's room that he gives the music. It's not the music itself. There's no motifs used. Torchwood is just them saying Torchwood. Any interesting the finale? I can't note one interesting moment in the music. School Reunion's fantastic. I don't even notice the music in that. So I don't know.
I hate the scene, but I think the scene where the Doctor leaves, he disappears. I think that's great. But hang on, isn't that the same score though? Isn't that just Bad Wolves?
Yeah, and that's okay, but that doesn't happen enough in this season. There's not. I need more of it.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. Actually, I do agree.
Yeah. What else? Obviously the finale sucked. There's no interesting story arc. Really?
Well, I'm glad the story arcs get better from this point as well.
Yeah, that's a good thing. But if we're looking at this season, it was lame.
Even the next season's finale, which I might actually dislike slightly more. Oh, I don't know. Actually, it's going to be interesting with what finale I prefer in the end. Season 3s or 2s, because I have problems with season 3's finale as well.
I have a lot of problems with season 3's, yeah.
I must say, with that one though, at least season 3's, I prefer season 3's mystery, story arc in that one, because you're like, this time, who is this guy? Like, who's Harold Saxon? But we'll get on to that next episode anyway. But I'm comparing it to the Torchwood one. Torchwood was just saying a word. And sometimes it was just hit or miss. As in, like, you might just miss it sometimes.
Yeah, I had the subtitles on, so I never missed it. It's pretty lame.
Was it in every episode, then?
I'm pretty sure, obviously, there's a couple I didn't rewatch, but the ones I rewatched, they were in, so...
Okay, I can't remember in Idiot's Lantern. Was it in that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Really? What was that?
I can't remember, but I do remember hearing it, you know what I mean? But I can't say I like Idiot's Lantern. It's not. I can't remember every moment of it, honestly.
I mean, I know like small moments where you notice it. Like, say, Love and Monsters. There's a bit where Victor Kennedy, aka Peter Kay, the Obzorbloff, fat green monster, says, he's showing photos of like Rose Tyler, and he's like, "Oh yeah, the Torchwood archives are a bit limited on this one. Something to do with Bad Wolf virus." I mean, to be fair, it was more. I think it was more Bad Wolf gets mentioned there again, but I know it's Torchwood as well. And you're like, "Oh yeah, okay."
Yeah, it's pretty lame. I don't hear anyone. Bad Wolf still gets mentioned today. I don't hear anyone going, "Oh, remember Torchwood getting a mention in season 2? That Torchwood arc."
It also gets completely overturned by the fact there's a spin-off called Torchwood now. When you mention Torchwood, they just think of that.
Yeah.
The best Doctor Who spin-off show.
I don't know, Sarah Jane,
It's ironic. I've seen bits of the Sarah Jane Adventures. I'm quite a bit limited on that, though. Actually, with my knowledge with that. But you're kind of limited on Torchwood, aren't you? So, yeah.
I mean, I'm not advanced knowledge on Sarah Jane. I'm going off my childhood watching it. So, but
stories.
We're going to have to do a recap of Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane Adventures.
We should do the Sarah Jane Adventures then after this. After the classic series, which is 26 seasons, which I'm sure we can get done in a month.
Oh yeah.
pretty sure the length of the classic series is probably longer than the actual time period of a month itself.
At least they're not making any new classic Who series, so there's nothing to catch up on really.
That would be the dream.
Whereas this, we want it'd be good if we get this out before any new season.
I would love if we got like all the way up to like Chibnall's run, like done before the 60th.
Oh yeah, but then also we can we're just forgotten about season 2 now. But we can also just talk about the new seasons as well. So
I mean, we're doing the summed up bit, aren't we? So we're looking to the future for the future episodes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we are now. Well, actually, quickly before we do that, do you have anything to say in summary of season 2?
Had its moments, it was just bogged down by too many stupid ideas.
That's a pretty good summary, actually. Yeah, it'd be really great to do videos for the latest seasons when they come out as well. But it'd be good if you have that backing of the other seasons too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That would be great. It's a good thing as well. It's actually going to be a year from now until. Well, I'm not saying like it's going to be this day, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be like March, like next year until season 14.
If we keep it up, we're definitely hitting that.
Yeah, I think it's more. We could do a review of the specials that are going to be coming out with David Tennant and Catherine Tate.
Yeah.
Anniversary. I'm hoping it's going to be a multi-Doctor story, but it's not looking good at the moment for like Doctors coming back.
No, it isn't. But hopefully they're just keeping it under wraps really well.
Yeah, I'm really hoping so because let's talk about this now because it's like, look, Jodie's gone. I don't want her back anyway, but I mean, she's gone. She should have gone earlier, and then she could have actually come back, but I didn't want her back anyway. So I guess that's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
I can't believe Capaldi said he doesn't want to come back.
It's heartbreaking. I would have thought he wanted to be honest.
I really wanted him back. I actually wanted to see him interact with another Doctor. Oh, well, he did with one, but I wanted him to see. I wanted him to interact with like 9 or 10.
Yeah.
I really want that. I really want that.
I feel like nine and Capaldi actually would have been pretty interesting.
I think it would have been great. I think the thing is, you've already seen 10 and 11, so it's like, let's see 9 and 12. I think that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
It's so. That's what I would want. It's not going to happen, though, is it?
No.
Because both of those actors have both said not going to happen. Even Christopher Eccleston, who started to look like, he could come back. Christopher Eccleston just basically said in an interview, yeah, I kind of hate the idea of multi-Doctor stories. They're kind of lame. Well, not lame, but like, it's just kind of fan service, which it is. Okay, I understand that, but it's an anniversary of one of the longest running shows ever. It's marking a 10-year period from the last anniversary. It's like a bookmark thing. It's like, people say this, it's when the 50th anniversary, I saw a YouTuber, like, he was kind of sick, because, like, Moffat said, we're not looking back, we're looking forward. It's like, yeah, but shouldn't the show itself be looking forward constantly? There should be the one time where we should be allowed to look back in the show.
Yeah.
Anniversaries, that's the one time where they should be allowed to look back.
It's supposed to be a celebration.
Yeah, it's meant to be a celebration, exactly. But, I get, it's Christopher Eccleston's opinion, of course. It's just very disappointing that he just won't come back at all. Yeah. And I don't even want him like a cameo. I mean, although I will be happy, I want him in an episode doing stuff. I don't want him just show up at the end like, I'm here. And it's like, I remember you. I used to be you. Yes, you did. I mean, for a multi-Doctor story, it could be Tennant and Nikuti Gatwa.
Yeah, it probably will.
Yeah, that probably will be the multi-Doctor story, which is... I mean, they'll probably do something where it's like, maybe it's the future Nikuti Gatwa, like, near the end of his era. Something like that.
That'd be pretty interesting.
It wouldn't have been done before. Now, I don't mind that. I just kind of want at least one more, though. One more classic. One more, not doesn't have to be a classic Doctor, just one more Doctor.
There's so many choices as well.
It's just disappointing how all those choices seem. So it's like, right, 12 Capaldi, 12 and Eccleston have both said, no, don't want to come back. Now, I'm kind of hoping that maybe 12 was doing that just to make it even more of a surprise. Now imagine it though, like, because he is a Doctor Who fan. Like, he was a big Doctor Who fan when he was a kid, and he loved playing the Doctor, and he even said that. But he could just be doing that. He could have just said, oh yeah, you know, right? Because he said, oh, I've already done it. Do you know what I mean? So what's the point of coming back? But he knows about the 3 Doctors. He knows about the 5 Doctors. You know, he knows the Doctors come back. There's still a chance. There's always a chance that one of them's going to come back. And Russell could have said to them, "Don't. If the public asks, just say no. Just say no. It's not happening."
Yeah.
He could have easily said that. Now, the one Doctor we're missing from the classics, from the new series, is Matt Smith.
Yeah.
Now, Matt Smith has said he will be down for coming back. He would love to come back. Actually, he said.
He also did say last year that he's too old to do it.
What did you say?
He did also say last year that he's too old to do it.
He did, but recently he did say, I will, for the 60th, I will definitely be down to come back. I have a bit of issues with it. So he said, as long as it's the right story, he said as well, but I mean, Russell's writing it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the right script. I'm assuming Matt Smith won't just look at it and go, ugh, what a terrible script. I mean, if he did like The Wedding of River Song, I'm sure he won't be that like a Russell Davies script. And then, and 2, though, are we seriously going to have 10 years since Day of the Doctor, and we're just going to get the exact same Doctors back?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like, oh, here we go. It's the exact same 2 again from the last one.
Yeah, it's kind of lame, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, how many Doctors have we had since then? 2 more. Jodie Whittaker, Peter Capaldi. Yeah, none of them are coming back, so we have to go back to both of you again. Now, the one that's going to be really annoying, and it better happen, or I'm going to have a massive rant again, and it should happen for the 50th, is why can't Paul McGann come back?
Yeah.
He's been in barely anything TV related, and he needs his time. He needs his run time up again, and it's perfect. We've barely seen much of him. Also, he did come back in Jodie's regeneration story because he had a vision of old Doctors and all that. So I don't get why he can't come back again.
He's kind of completely forgotten, isn't he, by his showrunners and stuff.
It gets on my nerves because it's like, Christopher Eccleston doesn't want to come back. How do I get a Time War Doctor? And it's like, but Paul McGann's just there I could have easily been in the Time War, I was also, the one before, I could have been the one to fight in the Time War. He's like, oh, I know, I'll make up a new Doctor. Why? Why? I mean, why did you... what? Imagine how good Day of the Doctor would have been if it was Paul McGann, David Tennant and Matt Smith.
That would have been crazy.
Paul McGann could have represented the classic series. He could have been the classic Doctor. Represent. I know John Hurt was meant to be that. We'll get into that with Day of the Doctor. But that didn't happen.
Paul McGann would have been far more convincing.
If we're looking at this demo, though, this is Tennant's first season, and he's coming back now. So time flies by, I guess.
Crazy, and it wasn't a very good first season. But he's by now he's already found his Doctor, so he'll be fine, I reckon.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to when Donna's coming back as well. Ironically, Donna's first episode is actually the next one after this finale.
It is. Yeah, actually, guys, we're going to be doing both the Christmas episodes in the next episode, starting next episode. We didn't get. I didn't get round to rewatching.
I mean, luckily, both of those 2 Christmas specials actually kind of link slightly with the robot Santas, so it shouldn't be too bad. It just means, this episode's so long already. Next season, it's just next season with shoving in 2 more Christmas specials as well. Oh my god! And there are plenty of episodes where we have a lot to talk about as well, with like Blink, and I have a lot to say with like Human Nature as well. The finale. Oh my god! Wow. I think we summed up season 2 pretty well.
Yeah. It gets a little depressing when you try to sum it up. It has got great episodes, and you have fun talking about the Satan Pit and Impossible Planet and school reunion, all of its highs. But then, if you sum it up, you have to think about New Earth and stuff. It's sad.
The thing is, it's weird because I actually dislike more episodes than you, but I guess I'm a bit more positive because I'm looking at it like this, like it dropped its low point right at the start, so it's only up from here, and it is basically just an upward spiral from this point.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm just thinking about a season.
Yeah, I mean they'll hit the point at season 4, and then I've just seen worse seasons of Doctor Who, so when I look at this one, I'm like, it's not the worst at all. Like, nowhere near. Just like season 6, 7, 8, even I'd compare this to like 9 or 10 probably, and then the Chibnall era.
I guess, but just for me, it's a bad season of television. It's a bad season of television. So.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not trying to say this is any good or anything. I'm just I can't get annoyed at it. Because like I have like I said, it has good up moments with like Satan Pit and Possible Planet, and of course the Go on the Fireplace. And I'm not going to forget School Reunion. That's fantastic as well. That's brilliant.
Yeah. I think that's a good summary.
I'm looking forward to season 3.
Yeah, we're going to be doing our recording of season 3 next week, and then it'll be coming out the week after to give you guys enough time to listen to this conglomerate of an episode. So
yeah, it's good that because you know what, I've been rewatching a bit of Doctor Who. I've actually been rewatching quite a bit of season 3. This episode, I guess I should have been a bit more prepared because there were a couple episodes I was like, so what happens in Tooth and Claw again? What happens in New Earth, Idiot's Lantern?
To be fair, I think we did a little better than we did in the first episode. The first episode over season 1. So
yeah, Long Game of Light is completely left my memory apart from moments.
Simon Pegg.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be a bit more prepared for season 3, just simply because I've actually rewatched quite a bit. I've rewatched Human Nature. I've rewatched the finale. I've rewatched the Lazarus Experiment. I've rewatched Gridlock. I think I just need to watch like 4 more episodes, and I've rewatched all of them in like the past month or so.
Some of them really stick out to me now that I'm looking at them, so I don't think I'll actually need to rewatch quite a lot of them. I remember Smith and Jones well, remember Daleks in Manhattan's 2-parter well, The Lazarus Experiment. I do remember Human Nature and Family Blood well, but I'm going to rewatch it for you.
Yeah.
And I remember Blink and the 3-parter, so...
Rewatch Blink because it's fun.
Yeah, what it was like with Dalek, I remember Dalek fine, but I got the time to rewatch it. Obviously, I rewatched it.
Yeah. And season 4, I genuinely might just like I've not done a while where I've just watched from the start to finish with Doctor Who, like a period of like episodes where I just watch constantly, like because I just like watching like out of order now. Do you know what I mean? Like when I rewatch them, I might do season 4. I might just do like a complete like rewatch, like from beginning to end.
I think the only rewatch I'd need to do for season 4 is just the Unicorn and the Wasp, really. But I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to watch it all. I've got my Blu-ray right there, my beautiful not newly, I bought it a couple of years ago. I used to have a DVD from when I was a kid, and it was in absolute scraps, and it had like 2 out of 6 DVDs in it. So I got my lovely Blu-ray there. The cover's amazing. Got a 10 Guardian Donna, and then the shadow of a Dalek in the background of it. And got that lovely purple and yellow.
A Voyage of the Damned on it.
And the Blu-ray, yeah.
Yeah.
They usually do.
They always include that Christmas special for season 4.
Yeah, that'll be in season 4. Yeah. Yeah, I mean they usually do. I remember having it on the on the DVD as well.
Yeah, I've forgotten if it's as well. The Russell era had all the Christmas special was always like at the start of the season with their DVD box sets, but with Moffat, it was constantly after the finale. Like the Russell era treated it as like as a prologue, and then like the Moffat era treated the Christmas specials as like an epilogue to the season.
Yeah, which it just I don't care.
No, it's interesting because it did feel like that. So I do find that because it's like Russell did it to like set up stuff for like the next season. Moffat did it to like basically finish any loose ends from the last season.
Yeah,
which you need quite a lot.
It's an interesting way of doing things for sure.
Yeah, although I guess season 10 has the return of Dr. Mysterio. If you remember that Christmas special, the superhero Christmas special, which I find charming. I guess that one's sort of a prologue to season 10. But anyway, we're going to get onto that stuff anyway.
Yeah. Although my DVD doesn't have any of the, Waters of Mars and all that, all the specials.
No, because they do consider the specials to be slightly different. But that's it as well. We're going to do the specials as like another episode afterwards.
Yeah, that's going to be. We will find plenty of talking that anyway.
Yeah. I think aren't we going to try and record them with season 4?
Yeah, to keep the momentum going and everything.
Yeah, yes, but like that might just come out like right after season 4, like not with it, but maybe like a couple of days after.
Yeah, We don't want to separate them.
Maybe even after, because we have a couple of weeks in between these episodes, don't we? So.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea because people still need to listen to. Jokes.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. Well, that's great. Do you have anything more to say? Or
I guess we didn't really talk about the cat people that much.
I can do without that.
Joke. Do we skim anything from seasons? Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Well, we won't do that to anyone. Like, just talk about something majorly important we missed out at right at the end. After a preview. We've summed that up pretty well.
Yeah, good episode again for an okay season. So, looking forward to getting on season 3. I'll probably start watching it tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, wow. Are you going to watch Smith and Jones? Or are you going to skip that?
Yeah, I'll probably give Smith and Jones a rewatch. And,
it's good. I do like that one.
We'll see how we go. I've got to watch the Christmas specials first. So.
Yeah. Of course.
But,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's Christmas specials first, yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably do it sometime.
I have a bit of fun with them. They're not the worst episodes of all time, I think. Although they're not great.
They are the Christmas special, so...
It'd be interesting to see Donna's first episode.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining me. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't want you to just talk about season 2 alone.
That would have been a bit... that would have been a shorter video.
Yeah. I think you just wanted to read the description and just said, gave your rating, and then just, okay, next one.
We got New Earth. Okay, on to Tooth and Claw. Yeah.
BBC iPlayer information with Army of Ghosts. That was really short.
I'm gonna write descriptions next time. I am. Because those IMDb ones are pretty bad.
Oh, well, that means you have to well, if you don't remember it, you will have to rewatch them then, because you might just go, okay, so the front cover for 42 had
no, I'll just read the IMDb for that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got Chimple's first episode next season.
Fantastic. I can't wait for season 4.
We need to have a running joke, because in every single one of his episodes before like the Jodie Whittaker era, he weirdly always had like a countdown in them.
Yeah, that's true.
Always had it for some reason. I was like, why? Oh well. Season 3, yes. Can't wait for season 3. Season 2 was okay, whatever. It was fine.
It was fine. Yeah. I think we'll conclude it there. I'm just gonna leave you with this plot summary. The one thing the Doctor always keeps near is the TARDIS, so losing it in the
I think you should just edit it at the point where I said it's fine. Just end it there.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Bye.